never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night for that Carolina monkey gut. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Friday morning. Yes, indeed. You know what that means? It means the crazies come out. Yeah, right on the heels of St. Patrick's Day to boot. The crazies have all been drinking green beer all evening. All right, trust you had a good week here. We're going to be Working our way time zone to time zone, 18th day of March. Yes, indeed. By this time, a week from now, we'll already be wrapping up day number 1 of the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. The countdown is on for sure. I got an interesting night. Travel-wise, you're going to experience some slowdowns, some delays, and yes, some wintry weather. Looking back at Kansas, boy, right now in the heart of Kansas, got some heavy rains in eastern portions of the state and some heavy snow beginning to mix in right there in central and west central Kansas. We do actually have some winter weather advisories right in the heart of Kansas tonight. They're not expecting a whole lot. Generally 1 to 3 inches of snowfall. Many of those areas that are currently seeing rain will see that transition to the mixed bag. And with the warm surface temperatures, again, that'll cut down on accumulations, especially on the roadways. But as I mentioned on the radar, snow coming down pretty heavy in some areas, so it may be enough to make things slick for a bit. Aside from that, a lot of rain. Boy, some heavy rains in Oklahoma, the heaviest rains east side of Oklahoma City on up into north central and south central Kansas, north central Oklahoma. Another decent, large cluster of showers, some embedded thunderstorms. Haven't seen any severe weather advisories in the past couple of hours, but starting from right about Springfield, Missouri, just on the south side, you get into the rain. It's raining right through the heart of Arkansas, much of the state. Heavier rain stretching from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, down into east side of Shreveport, Louisiana. Lots of rain in Louisiana tonight. It's going to be slowing your travels from Alexandria down, all the way down into the southwestern portions of the state. Even some showers down into the Lake Charles, Louisiana area. So let's start with that particular system before we look ahead to a potential early noticed, several days in advance. They're using the word a colossal storm is brewing for the United States. Colossal? Yeah, that's a big word. But again, we'll start right here with, as we head into the weekend, spring officially arrives this weekend, Sunday, 10:30 a.m. Central Time. But between now and then, old man winter, one more shot of snow across portions of the central states. The rain, which we were just mentioning, will end with some accumulating snow. There's going to be a narrow corridor through the plains in the Midwest, western and central Kansas, which we were just mentioning, and we could see some of that extending all the way up into northern portions of Michigan. Between now and early Saturday, much of that snow melting as it falls on the roadways, since this blast of winter, right on the heels of days of warm temperatures in that region. Could still see some slushy, slippery spots prior to the precip, though. Yes, you did get a taste of spring over the last several days. Thursday, we saw Wichita was at 72, so Wichita, Kansas, 68 for Wichita. It was 72 in Cleveland, Ohio, 78 degrees in Jefferson City, Missouri. I know right here, outside the secret bunker, we hit 72 degrees as well this Thursday afternoon. Just a couple degrees cooler. For forecast high for Friday is 68 here in southwest Ohio. Meanwhile, highs in the northern tier in the 40s and 50s this past day. Minneapolis, 48 degrees. Sioux Falls, South Dakota, high temperature of 56 this past afternoon. So this next storm's going to be putting a bullseye on the north central states. Of course, at first, it dipped southeastward across the Rockies this past day. We did see snow across the higher elevations, across much of Colorado, including outside the mountains. Nederland, Colorado, 18.5 inches of snow by this past evening. Aspen Springs, close behind with 17.4 inches. Denver, which They're at an elevation about 5,000 feet above sea level, just east of the Rockies. Several inches of snow as well there. This storm is now beginning to slowly strengthen. As it does, it's dragging down some of that colder air from the mid layers of the atmosphere. Yeah, there may be a small fresh injection of cold air from the northern plains being drawn in at the last minute with this storm. So we're going to see a rather narrow swath of rain that will become mixed with and even change over to snow from western and central Kansas overnight, eventually reaching all the way to northern Michigan by later in the day on Friday. Yes, snow is not in the cards for Chicago, Detroit, or Kansas City, Missouri. Chicago running by almost 4 inches short of their average winter snowfall there. But it's areas from, say, like Des Moines to Green Bay, Wisconsin to Traverse City, Michigan. That's the zone we're going to see that 1 to 3 inches with maybe some locally higher amounts anticipated. All right, a slight shift in the track of the storm may shift that snow band a little bit further north or south, depending on the exact track of the storm. That zone, portions of western and north central Kansas, AccuWeather says there could actually be some 10-inch snowfall totals realized there. Now, there's going to be some exceptions here. There could be some areas of slush and slippery travel, especially when the snow falls like overnight tonight. Yeah, you don't have the warming sun. Yeah, further to the south, rain from the southern plains to the Mississippi and eventually the Ohio valleys as we head into the weekend here. Flooding could still result, even though rainfall totals may be a half inch to 1 inch for most areas. Kansas, Oklahoma, further to the northeast, local amounts up to maybe 2 inches of rain possible. This same storm is going to produce some pockets of severe thunderstorms stretching from Oklahoma to Georgia and even northern Florida. Later in the day today, some of those gusty storms may reach as far north as the Ohio Valley. I think we're going to be maybe in that zone later today with at least some pockets of heavy rain, rumbles of thunder coming our way. Now, forecasters, as I mentioned, already monitoring the potential for a stronger storm that may trigger a widespread zone of severe weather and flooding coming up early next week. Let's go ahead and give you the early warning as far as that storm is concerned. They're using the word, as I mentioned, colossal. AccuWeather forecasters say the storm system is going to be an expansive storm, dynamic storm. It's going to unfold as winter transitions into spring. It will cover nearly the entire country with a variety of impacts, including and this is the bad part, a widespread tornado risk, as well as blizzard conditions for some, and serious flooding, they're saying. And I quote, next week has the potential to bring not only the most significant storm of March, but perhaps the entire year so far, considering the duration and all the impacts that will be combined, ranging from severe weather and tornadoes to flooding and even some snow and blizzard conditions. AccuWeather's lead long-range meteorologist says this could end up being the worst storm of all of 22 if the system and the impacts reach the maximum potential. Hell, we're only into March. I mean, this sounds like it's going to be ugly. At some point next week, this storm may affect just about every state from the Rockies to the Atlantic coast. A storm of this magnitude and scale is going to bring significant risk to lives and property and substantial travel issues, shipping concerns, airline delays. The storm could take most of next week to travel from the Rockies and the plains to the Great Lakes and Atlantic coast. During that time, severe weather and flooding problems are going to be intertwined in the warmer portion of the storm on the southern and eastern flanks, while strong winds with snow and, yes, possible blizzard conditions will develop on the northern and western side Some locations may be hit by more than one round of severe thunderstorms and torrential downpours. There may be multiple storm spin-offs, as they call it, with their own weather embedded within this giant storm system. All facets of weather will be possible, impacts ranging from large hail, flash flooding, strong winds, and tornadoes. The worst time period in terms of the extent of severe weather and the tornado risk is coming up probably late Monday through Tuesday night. That's not too far ahead here. Forecast for next week's severe weather danger, highly subject to change, but the forecasters currently project the first thunderstorms erupting Monday afternoon and evening, central and eastern portions of Texas, Oklahoma, then, of course, progressing eastward later Monday night, Arkansas, Louisiana. Tuesday, the prime threat of severe weather is going to shift from Arkansas and Louisiana over into Mississippi, western Tennessee, and the storms may then progress further to the east, Tennessee and Alabama, as we look toward Tuesday night. The actual number of tornadoes that could be produced by this storm system is going to depend on a range of weather parameters, including the amount of daytime heating, how much moisture we have in the atmosphere, and you've got the wind shear factor. But highs, 60s, 70s, even some 80s ahead of the storms. The risk of severe weather, it's not going to stop over the Tennessee Valley and the central Gulf Coast region. Experts say it's going to continue to shift toward at least part of the eastern seaboard, probably midweek, Wednesday into Thursday. And this severe weather potential that may include a few tornadoes is probably going to be the greatest risk there in the Carolinas. Heavy, gusty thunderstorms may pivot through portions of the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, and the Northeast as this storm advances from the middle to the latter half of next week. So again, it's going to be starting Monday. We'll be talking about this literally through the entire week. At what point in time is this all going to be moving through, say, Louisville, Kentucky? This storm has the potential to bring a massive area of rain to much of the eastern half of the nation. It totals 1 to 2 inches, 2 to 4 inches, with locally higher amounts, especially from northeastern Texas and eastern Oklahoma, central Alabama, much of Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, and there's Kentucky, and the southern portions of Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana, Monday through Wednesday. All right, so as far as I know, Kyle's going to be headed down there, I believe on Monday. Several days of setup there to get ready for the big show. Maybe the nasty weather will have exited the region by the time the show officially gets underway Thursday of next week. But in that heavier rainfall zone, flash flooding, small stream flooding, earlier this week, we had that thunderstorm that dropped a couple of inches of rain in a matter of an hour's time, and we saw the torrents of water sweeping through Birmingham. Some communities may face a similar scenario next week. Significant rises on some of the major rivers anticipated, with the possibility of flooding on some of the secondary rivers. Now, despite the significant risk of flooding from this major storm, areas from the plains and parts of the southern states, the Midwest, actually could use a good soaking rainfall. Portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas are, believe it or not, listed as exceptional drought, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor. That's the most severe in terms of drought conditions. Unfortunately, most of the soaking rain may actually miss the neediest places over the southern plains. Now, how about the cold side of the storm? They're telling us an all-out blizzard may unfold in parts of Colorado, southeastern Wyoming, northern New Mexico, into the Nebraska Panhandle region. This storm could significantly impact the Denver metro area. Of course, they're being hit with several inches of snow this past day. So less than a week later, a few feet of snow could fall on portions of Colorado from this new storm. The snow is going to ramp up over portions of the central and southern Rockies probably by Sunday night, wrapping up the weekend as that cold air invades the region. The peak of the storm in terms of snowfall and winds will occur from Monday to Tuesday. Temperatures over the region will plunge from 50s and 60s over the weekend to 20s and 30s on Monday and Tuesday. Big-time travel disruptions anticipated along portions of Interstate 25, I-70, and I-80. Again, heavy snow, potential blizzard conditions could even expand further to the north and the east over the upper plains and upper Midwest as we look toward midweek next week. Obviously, forecasters going to be keeping a close eye, monitoring the developing situation. But you've got plenty of advance notice for those who live in that zone, what they always refer to as Tornado Alley this time of year. Now's a good time to brush up on your plans. Clean out the secret bunker. Make sure you have quick access in the event tornado warnings are issued toward the early and middle portions of next week. All right, there you go. Meanwhile, we head into the weekend here. Happy Friday. Hello to Philly Dan out of the box this morning. Morning from the city of brotherly love. Hope you and the crew have an amazing Friday. Everybody stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Horse feathers on board. Larry says, afternoon, everybody. Hammer down and be safe. Hello to Roy. Colton's on board this morning. Hello, young Colton. You got an off day for your Friday for some reason? Maybe an in-service day? Are you just staying up late tonight? Hello from Central Florida. There's Richard with 61 degrees. Let's see, John. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Watching from comfortable Spring Hill, Tennessee with 59 degrees. The window open. It's windows open kind of night. Got a new CPAP and looking forward to some good sleep. All right. Let's see. Oh, Colton says, no, it's spring break time. All right. Well, enjoy the day, however long your spring break lasts. Hello to Gordon, Joe, Morning Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. Nice 52 degrees in Winchester, Virginia here tonight. I guess my Friday's going to be dealing with insurance and body repair shop after the wife decided to take out some of Western Maryland's deer. Uh-oh. Let's see. Barry on board this morning. Yes, that is one of our top industry headlines. That wreck in Texas that killed members of the golf team. The individual behind the wheel was 13 years old. And yes, he died in the crash as well. I guess we may never know. Obviously, they're going to be doing toxicology. Whoever was in the passenger seat with that 13-year-old, because both of them perished, was it possibly a relative, maybe under the influence to the point that say, hey, you can you drive? Or were they trying to teach a 13-year-old how to drive? Maybe. Not a good idea. All right. Hello to Bama. Bama checking in from Pocahontas, Arkansas. Heading to Albertville, Alabama. Been sitting here for 31 hours, thanks to some snafus at the chicken plant. Anyways, looking forward to meeting some of you cartoon characters at the Mid-America Truck Show next week. Everybody be safe out there. All right, so Bama's planning to come up there as well. Hello to Heavy D, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Hello to Chevy Guy. Airing up. Copied the mail. Rolling to South Georgia. Blowing smoke and shavings. Gilligan on board. A beautiful moonlit night on I-81. We've got 48 degrees in Buchanan, Virginia. Keep it shiny side up. Morning, Steve. 39 degrees here in Lamar's. All right, there's Steve. Colossal storm, did you say, Steve? Colossal. Oh, boy, I can't wait. You're right, Brian. It doesn't sound real encouraging, does it? It's not going to be good news for some. With the potential that people may not make it through, lives could very well be lost based on the tornado potential next week. It's that time of the year, though, right? Buckeye Boy checking in from Santa Fe, 33 degrees. It's been kind of spitting snow all day. It's all melting when it hits the ground, so the roads are just wet. Now, we're supposed to be below freezing tonight. Could see some slick spots in the morning. And drivers need to be aware in Georgia that I-85 was closed around Brazelton. They're diverting traffic off onto I-985, which had traffic backed up, and I'm not sure for how long. All I know is one of my guys told me that earlier. Yeah, some really big upsets in the NCAA tourney. Yeah, the big action got started this past day, which I forgot all about that. Kentucky goes down, which really tickled me, but Iowa also went down, which is not great for the Big Ten. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. So you're telling me that there are people whose brackets have been blown out on day one. Who all had Kentucky going all the way? If you think about that, the whole sweep, if you had Kentucky going on the way, boom, just like that. Hello to Wally, checking in from Circle City, Mile High here. Have you heard from Spaceman? He actually sent me a couple of links via email last evening. He hasn't called in, an eternity. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on with him. I know he's still out there, tuned in here and there. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Hello to Martin. Good morning, all. 54 degrees here in Lima, Ohio. Yeah, final day for my work week. Seeing I work 7 on and 7 off. So everybody have a great weekend. We'll catch you on the flip side. There you go, Kingpin. And we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, lo and behold, I look up at my screen, and I guess I had my dates all screwed up. Last Thursday morning, we were looking for Sara Lee, not the bakery, Sara Lee with Waypoint Vets, and I thought, well, maybe Thursday for a lot of me. So, Thursday night would actually be Friday morning. I thought maybe we'll hear from her on Friday. Here she is. Tell you what, Sarah, hang in there just a moment because I don't want to bring you on. We're just a minute and a half away from news break, so we'll get through our news. But it's been about a year since we were first introduced to Sarah Lee. Waypoint Vets. Sarah's going to explain, for those who may not be familiar, what Waypoint Vets is all about. It's the nonprofit organization. And just from the website, opportunities for camaraderie and healing for military veterans across the country. We're going to be talking about raising some funds for this year's adventures, where that's what they're all about. They take select veterans, give them an opportunity to do some pretty incredible, some really fun things, from mountain climbing to I don't know what all. Maybe skydiving. Sarah will break all of that down for us here. And I think part of this is going to be a special announcement where Chris Gabrelchik once again will be jumping on board, matching dollar-for-dollar donations to Waypoint Vets again this year, as he did last year. And if the little birdie told me correctly, he's going to be matching up to $50,000. So Sarah will join us right after this. Stick around on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukraine's president did not hold back on Wednesday as he pleaded with Congress to intervene.
Ukrainian President Zelensky spoke to both houses of Congress Wednesday morning.
Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people.
President Zelensky asked President Biden to be a world leader as world leaders make peace. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Irish Prime Minister Micheál Martin learned he'd tested positive for COVID-19 while attending an event Wednesday night with U.S. leaders, including President Joe Biden and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, underway on a Friday, TGIF. Hope you had a good St. Patty's Day. Hope you didn't party too much. Sarah Lee, welcome aboard. How the heck you been?
Good. How have you been?
Just fine. It's hard to believe. It's been, I guess, right about a year since we were first introduced. So, have you survived 2 years of COVID-19?
I have, yes. I know many that haven't, but yes, I'm hanging in there. We're all hanging in there.
That's good. Well, welcome aboard. Here I had it all screwed up. I had told people you were going to be on like last week, and I was wondering what happened. And I got that little message from Leslie this past day that said, hey, you got an interview slated with Sarah. I said, oh, I was just a week ahead of time. So, hey, better late than never. But
no, both weeks.
It's great to have you with us. Yeah. Well, I guess start off and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about Waypoint Vets and what we've got going on.
I would love to. First of all, I'm really excited to be back. I had so much fun last time talking to you and the callers. I've been looking forward to this all week. So it means a lot that you'd have me back. And I'm excited to be here. So, but my name is Sarah Lee. I'm an Army combat vet. I served for 8 years, did one tour in Iraq in 2004 with the combat engineers, and we were under the 1st Infantry Division over there. I got out in 2009, and I just missed it ever since, really missed it, and started my own business, and I run that still photography. And I would say, in 2016, I just kind of hit a rock bottom of sorts. I know we talked about it last time, but when you get out of the military, I think a lot of your identity is associated with that. And so I kind of lost sight of really who I was, and it was kind of a slow build. And as I mentioned last time, I took a bit of a Hail Mary cycling trip coast to coast. It was a self-supported cycling journey with the bags on the bicycle and everything from Yorktown, Virginia to San Francisco. and it was just over 4,000 miles. And that the healing I received on that just blew my mind. And I knew coming off of that trip that I really wanted to create something that could provide similar opportunities of healing and clarity and such for other veterans. Like there's no way it could just be me going through these things, or that this sort of thing works for, it had, so I just became adamant about trying to be part of the solution to a lot of our issues and ongoing stuff we have as a community. So yeah, coming off of that, I created Waypoint Vets 2019. We got our 501c3, and I met Chris, and we talked about, my vision, and he believed in me and believed in the vision and helped me make it happen. And so we've just been building Waypoint Vets ever since together.
And okay, so you started Waypoint Vets trying to, I guess, to get some mental healing and whatnot. We hear about the number of veterans every day, and I don't think things have really changed who just can't deal with that transition for whatever reason, or is it guilt or whatever from things that may have occurred when they were on the battlefield, but they take their own lives every day in this country. So you find a way to select veterans to get them together, and you do adventures, I guess you would call it. Since it's been about a year since we spoke, can you fill us in on some of the things you've done and maybe explain how you find or select individuals to participate in your events? What'd y'all do in 2021?
Yes, absolutely. We had our very first adventure October of 2020, like our debut. We became operational officially then. And so going into 2021, we did 4 big national adventures. And that included canyoneering in Utah, which is like a combination of, it's wild. It gets wild out there. It's like mountaineering and rappelling and just navigating really difficult terrains. And we really rough it on that trip. We camp out every night. Just the self-sufficiency is so empowering, and like having nothing and making something from it really takes you back to service. And there's so many aspects of our canyoneering trip that are rejuvenating, really, that kind of bring back a lot of the things that have been lying dormant in you since serving. Mm-hmm. And we really rely on each other to get through some of these obstacles. I mean, we use each other's body weight to rappel hundreds of feet and stuff. I mean, we really need each other out there. So the camaraderie is just off the chains. And then we sit around a bonfire and just process, decompress, talk, not talk in the evenings. And so that's just, I love that one. I love roughing it personally. So that's I think my favorite. But we also have our Mount Rainier summit, which is definitely our most intense, most difficult trip. It's a 6-man rope team. The veterans that participate on that have to train. Like they train a year, 6 months to a year in advance for that.
Wow.
Because it's 14,411 feet, I think, to the top. It's a 10,000-foot summit. And you are using pickaxes, and they're called crampons. Believe it's hilarious, but they're like these claws you attach to your boots, and you use those as pickaxe. You're going up a glacier, camping out on the side of a glacier, and I mean, it's so intense. And honestly, it really requires that level of intensity to achieve a lot of this clarity and self-satisfaction and bringing out the best parts of yourself again, and that reminder that they still do exist inside you. It's just freaking awesome. But last year we had our first women veterans retreat. It's just for female veterans, and we had it in Destin, Florida. It was a fitness relaxation combo. We're white sand beaches. We do yoga, things like that. And then I have a fitness trainer. She helped me personally lose quite a bit of weight after I got out of the military. I mean, we all eat a lot. There's no accountability anymore, so it happens to the best of us. But she helped me get back on track, and we've been close ever since. And I brought her on board to help vets. She's a 3-tour combat vet and former drill sergeant, so it gets interesting out there. But they hang in there, and so it's just we do have some very deep talks, issues that are very specific just to women vets. And then we had our Lake Powell trip, which is a combination of canyoneering and water sports. And we had a a donor who owns a 30-foot by 100-foot houseboat that came out and captained his houseboat for us. And we went out on Lake Powell for a week and camped out and things out there that week. So those were our 4 main trips last year. And it still just seems totally surreal to have walked into Chris's office and laid out. I had like an Excel spreadsheet with trips I hoped to do, and he's like, that sounds good. And I had like my plan, and he's like, that sounds good. And he had his input. And it's like, last year, really, it set in. It went from surreal to for real, and I'm just in awe of both his generosity and the generosity of people that have helped make this happen, and my team and the veterans themselves that sign up. Like, it's badass, honestly, for a veteran to put themselves out on a limb like that, not knowing anyone they're meeting with or where they're going, what canyoneering means, and just signing themselves up and putting themselves out there to begin with. It's all just so cool.
So give me a roundabout number. How many actually get to participate in any given event? Obviously, there's got to be a limited number and whatnot. How does that work?
Yeah, there is. We do smaller group. We try to limit it to about 10, especially for some of the more physically challenging events, for safety reasons. And also just in general, there's just way more of an opportunity for conversation, for bonding, for just real, I don't know, it's just, they have a lot more time to interact individually and together, and it's a lot more personalized and intimate with a smaller group of veterans.
Sure.
But so we have about 10 on each group. This coming year, or this year that we're in, is we're adding some events that can accommodate 20 or 20 plus veterans. We had our big retreat in January, and we had 20 veterans on that one. So because our waiting list the need is so great. That really did blow my mind starting this and realizing the need for adventure therapy. It was refreshing, honestly, because that really is the only thing that works for me anymore, is just throwing myself into some major stuff and figuring it out. And that's what does it for me. And it's cool to realize that it's not just me that needs this level of challenge mentally and physically like that.
Okay. And obviously, I mean, let me mention the website if you want to learn more. Waypoint Vets. It's all one word. Waypointvets.org. And you can see some of the adventures there that they've taken, like last year. And I'm looking here what's on the slate for this upcoming year. And you're gonna kind of repeat some of what you did last year. The Utah canyoneering trip's coming up again, and I'm looking here coming up next month, I guess. Yeah, your big charity ride and fundraiser. Takes a lot of money to get these things together, because help me understand, when you select, people obviously go to sign up via the website there. And if they get to be one of the lucky ones, I guess, to get selected, you have to raise enough funds. You cover pretty much everything, lock, stock, and barrel, to take them out on this adventure, correct?
Yes. And the way we select it really is in order of sign up. It's the only real fair way we can do it.
Okay.
We do work with all veterans. The only requirement to sign up is an honorable discharge. We service combat vets, non-combat, disabled, non-disabled, every branch, reserves, National Guard. Just the honorable discharge is all we ask. And we do cover everything. And that's only possible by, obviously, through donations, contributions, sponsorships, those sorts of things, because we like to cover all the costs for the vets. That just takes a huge amount of pressure off of them. Covering the flights, we cover lodging, transport, all the necessary gear, the meals, and the gear that's necessary for the trip, such as the canyoneering gear, the camping, the backpacking. We fully outfit the veterans. Like they can show up in shorts and flip flops, and I mean we have their back. Just showing up is a big deal a lot of times for vets. It is for me personally, honestly. Just committing and put myself out there like that. I know it's a big deal. So covering those costs was really important to us. And,
yeah.
And another big part of it is none of us take a salary or take any money from the nonprofit. We're all volunteers. myself, my team, the guides, just we all have a passion. We want to serve again. That was something that's what was missing for me. I got to a really dark place, and I did make an attempt on my life and failed, thankfully, and bought that bicycle and left. And so much came to me out there. Serving was something that was majorly missing. And like you mentioned earlier in the show, the guilt and things. For me, guilt is a big part of my struggle. And a lot of us have that. Veterans are like different books sitting on the same shelf. We have this foundation, this underlying, we're just synonymous in so many ways, but everybody has their own very, very unique story. I mean, two people who go through the same trauma and take away completely different things from it. It's so unique to the veteran. And out there, it just kind of came to me that it's just so important. I wasn't living a life worthy of my friend's sacrifice. I lost a really good friend during deployment, and it still kills me, but it just really dawned on me I could honor him just simply by living fully on his behalf, because he died on my behalf. I can live fully on his behalf and just put as much good into the world as I can, and just live a life that he no longer can. So a big part of our program is honoring the fallen by living. That's the heartbeat of our mission. It's on our challenge coins we give the participants, and it's just, we take them somewhere where they're completely surrounded by life. You just forget all about really just death in general. You can process things so much differently out there without all the noise, and just being challenged in that way. It brings the best parts of you back to the surface, and you can really tackle some of the deeper issues. It's super cool.
And I would imagine for those who get together in a group and spend some time, whatever it is, 3, 4, 5 days, and you probably kind of bond and probably create friendships. And I would imagine they stay in touch, from that point forward, and maybe become almost like their own support group. Would that be fair to say?
Yes. I'm really excited about that part, because when I started this, I was nervous about that continuation of care, because in the military, you do what you need to do. They give you a box of medals and they say good luck, and that's about it, and I just wanted that to be the opposite. I wanted the similarities, but I wanted the differences between Waypoint vets and service in the military. I wanted that camaraderie and the challenge, but also I wanted it to feel completely different in that it's slow paced. You're surrounded by stillness and beauty doing these. You're not at war being challenged like this. You are in a beautiful place being challenged like this. And the people, they do get so close. We all get so close out there, like you said, spending that time together, a smaller group. And so we have an alumni program, and our Facebook is super active. There's posts every day, meaningful, hilarious, offensive, all sorts of fun stuff on there. And I assign a group leader for each of our trips within the participants that that they can reach out and keep in touch and make sure that everyone's still talking, and they kind of relay it back to me, and that's how I can personally keep track of everybody. And then there's also the community on Facebook and through group text, and we have Zooms together with everybody, just keeping in touch like that. And so far, the participants that have been selected as group leaders have been amazing. They'll make artwork for everybody, mail it out, cards, phone calls. It's just very important when you go through something intense with somebody. It gets stored more permanently. The experience, that level of intensity dictates I think the permanency of, and how easy it is to reflect or to recall things. And so these trips, I mean, they do relive a lot of this together when they talk or when they message me, or we'll have calls. It's so cool to see what they've done since also, because a lot of the times these trips have been turning points for them. Some of them, it was exactly what they knew they needed, and some had very unexpected healing and clarity and made life changes since, and things like that, started their own things since. I've had participants that take groups of vets out fishing now. It's just so cool. It's all about that ripple effect, and someone's got to start that. And there's a lot of good going on out there.
Okay, let me get a quick 2-minute time out here, and we're gonna come back, and obviously we're gonna talk about Chris is coming back to join us once again this year, and matching dollar for dollar. We're gonna get into some of that, and if you're I think you're always willing to hang out as long as we've got, and we've got a large veteran audience out there. If anybody wants to say hi to Sarah, questions about the group and whatnot, or just to say you appreciate what she's doing, our number is 844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Sarah Lee joins us with Waypoint Bets this Friday morning. Good to have you on board. So I'm looking at your schedule here for 2022, and it looks like your next, I guess, adventure is just around the corner. Is that correct? April 19th through the 25th, going back to Utah?
Correct. Yep, just over a month away.
So that's I guess you did. That's the one you did last year, and you're going to kind of repeat that with a whole new group of adventurers coming up.
Yes. Yep. We're repeating. I'd like to repeat as many as we can that are successful. And last year's we're repeating all 4 from last year, and then adding upon them.
Now, tell me about. Obviously, we're talking this morning about trying to let people know what you're doing, and looking at maybe raising some funds. So Chris has offered to once again. Match donations. Is there a starting date when that's going to happen? And is it going to be like up to $50,000 again this year? Give us the breakdown.
Yes. He committed to matching funds this year up to $50,000, and it started January 1st. He said we have the whole year to do it. So I'm still processing. I mean, it is just so incredible. Getting to report back to him this past winter was really special to me, because it means a lot when people believe in you and support you, and feeling that, proving people right. It's not about proving people wrong. Those are the wrong people. When you're at the receiving end of someone like Mr. Grelchek's generosity, it empowers you. It really does. And we went through this upcoming year's list. I showed him our results from this past year, and his response was to commit to matching up to $50,000 in funds raised for the whole year. I have the whole year to do it. So isn't that unbelievable? Isn't that incredible?
So it's not like you got 30 days or something, and that's incredible. So
yes.
So right now,
Correct.
anyone that's out there listening could go to waypointvets.org, and I see there's a little donate button right up there toward the top of the page, and it's not like you need to donate 100 or 500. Anything counts, and I mean, right? You can just anything dollar for dollar. Chris is going to match.
Correct. Yes. And it's amazing how things add up. I can't tell you how many times I've heard it's not much, but it's like, no, this is how this was built on $10 donations. I mean, that there's that many people out there that care. That's the coolest part of the whole thing. There are so many people out there that genuinely care. And that's how it happens. People might think it's not much, but it is. It is, especially when someone's matching it. It's literally your donation will be doubled. It's so cool. So I'm really appreciative.
Okay. Well, we're going to come back, and I'm looking right after you get back from Utah about 5 days later, April 30th. I mean, there's a big charity ride and fundraiser event coming up. I'm going to get our news break, top of the hour in here, and we'll come back with Sarah Lee again. Our number, 844-844-3388. Rolling into a full moon Friday morning. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A WNBA player will stay in a Russian jail for several more months. John Hunt reports.
American basketball star Brittany Grenier's detention in Russia has now been extended until May or beyond, according to the Russian state news agency TASS, citing the Kamiki court of the Moscow region. Grenier has been detained for weeks after Russian officials say they found vape cartridges containing drops of oil derived from cannabis in her luggage at an airport near Moscow. The offense could carry a sentence of up to 10 years in a Russian prison.
A U.S. Navy veteran jailed in Iran for nearly 2 years has sued the Iranian government for $1 billion. Michael White alleges he was kidnapped, held hostage, and tortured. The State Department arranged for his release in June 2020. You're listening to USA Radio News.
I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
Russia's war has created a humanitarian crisis. Lance Pry has the story.
The United Nations is reporting on Thursday that more than 3.1 million refugees have fled Ukraine since Russia launched its unprovoked invasion. The UN Refugee Agency has labeled the exodus the fastest-growing refugee crisis in Europe since Hitler started World War II.
Peru's constitutional court has approved the release from prison of former President Alberto Fujimori. He is serving a 25-year sentence for murder and corruption. A court official says the court restored a humanitarian pardon granted to Fujimori on Christmas Eve in 2017. The country's Supreme Court had overturned the medical pardon in 2018 and ordered the former strongman back to jail for human rights abuses. And the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has declined Dolly Parton's request to pull her nomination. The organization confirmed Thursday she'll remain on the ballot. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time, classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online, just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo hinted at a political comeback on Thursday, including running for his former job just 6 months after he resigned amid sexual harassment allegations. Cuomo gave a campaign-style speech on Thursday to a friendly audience of about 100 people in the Bronx. Newsmax reported the Democrat behaved like a candidate, posing for pictures with attendees and a baby. Actor and former politician Arnold Schwarzenegger is speaking out about the invasion in Ukraine.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is urging Russian citizens and military members to listen to the truth about the Ukrainian invasion. The actor and former California governor posted a 9-minute video to social media attempting to debunk Russian government propaganda about the war, particularly the claim that the purpose of the invasion was to denazify Ukraine. Schwarzenegger spoke of his father, a member of the Nazi Party who served in World War II.
When my father arrived in Leningrad, he was all pumped up on the lies of his government. And when he left Leningrad, he was broken, physically and mentally. To the Russian soldiers listening to this broadcast, you already know much of the truth that I've been speaking. I don't want you to be broken like my father.
That's Tim Berg reporting. And 10 pilots from 4 different airlines are suing the CDC. They want to end the federal mask mandate, calling it illegal and saying it prevents them from flying safely. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Hour number 2 here on a Friday with a beautiful full moon shining above. And Sarah Lee spending some time with us here. All right, we broke off there talking about, obviously, raising funds for your adventures. Now, you're talking about, airfare, which prices are going up like everything else. And when you're going on, if you're doing like hiking and those sort of things and rappelling, you actually have to purchase all the equipment for everyone that's going to be participating. I'm guessing the numbers can add up pretty quick.
Well, sure, they definitely can. We've built really great relationships with outfitters and businesses and things like that for good deals or even sponsorships on some of the gear for some of our trips. So, people work really hard for their money, and we like to make sure that we're doing everything on our end to make sure it goes as far as it can toward the adventure, toward the veterans themselves, covering the cost. So, but you're not kidding about flights. This last trip booking the flights just, it was like hitting a brick wall for me. So, but yeah, we're seeking airline charity sponsorships, things like that. We're doing everything we can too to be responsible about our spending. And then as you mentioned, we're having our big fundraiser coming up the end of next month. It's a 2-part event. It starts with a bike ride, motorcycle ride in the morning. It's about an hour-long ride through beautiful back roads, the full sheriff escort. And last year, I think we had 109 bikes last year. So this year, I think it's going to be bigger. It was so beautiful. It was a beautiful sight.
So tell us, where does that take place at?
Yeah.
This is down somewhere like in Tennessee or something, or?
Yes. Yep. I live in Nashville, and it's going to be in the Nashville, Tennessee area, and it starts in Gallatin at the Elks Club, northeast of the city, and it ends at Yazoo Brewing, just north of Nashville and Madison. And then at Yazoo, we'll have our big fundraiser party, and have some military honors, presentation of colors, and the national anthem. There's Rolling Thunder. Tennessee 2 is they're doing a POW, MIA, KIA table ceremony, and followed by a gun salute and the playing of taps. And then we're going to have live music, craft beer, local food trucks, and we're just going to hang out and just bond, and I'll have some of our alumni coming into town, as far as from Washington State. They're the ones traveling to say a few words, at the event. It'll just be a very meaningful event. It was last year, so I'm just really pumped.
This is open for anyone can participate. Do you have to be a veteran, or can it be anyone to participate in the ride? And do they have to pre-register, or how do they get involved?
Absolutely anybody. Anybody can participate. Usually they do registration right there a day of.
Mm-hmm.
So it's $30 a bike, and that includes a free breakfast, a event patch, a waypoint sticker, and then it comes with buy one, get one free beer once you get to Yazoo.
Gotcha.
And then, we'll be selling merchandise, shirts, hats, hoodies, koozies, things like that at the event.
So, and for everyone that participates, so you got a $30 registration per bike, and does that get matched by Chris, like making it a $60 donation?
Yes, yeah. All the funds raised at this event will be doubled. I just take careful count of all the funds raised, and he told me to just tell him a number, and he would match it. So.
It sounds like a great time.
It's $30 a bike, and then it'll be really fun. That's such a Midwestern thing. Yeah, no, I'm from Ohio. Just so everyone knows, I'm actually from up where Steve is, but there's it's $30 a bike, and then an optional additional donation for a passenger.
Sure,
if people would like.
So okay,
everybody gets a bag with their freebies and some literature and things. Going to be a beautiful ride.
Coming up
for good weather.
Saturday, April the 30th. Yeah, you always have to wonder about Mother Nature, but so it looks like everybody 8:30 to 10 registration, and what says kickstands up at 10:30 in the morning. You head out for the beautiful ride, and then at the noon hour, and I guess you party till when? Till the sun goes down, or what?
It's possible. I put 4 p.m., but knowing my friends in the biker community and the veteran community, it might be. Let's just say I secured a block of rooms at 2 different hotels nearby. So no matter what, it's going to work out great.
Good deal. All right. And you can find all the details at waypointvets.org. It's org. Hey, Horse Feathers, what's going on? Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday to you, Steve, and glad to have you on board this morning, Sarah. It's been a long time no here, so it's good to have you back. We would like to hear report. Yes.
Did we talk last time?
Yes, we did.
I remember your name, your road name.
Yeah, it's one of them things that kind of sticks with you, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Sometimes I think it might be a bad. Anyways, I do want to say I got to thank you because listening to what you have going on here and everything, I actually drive in a convoy for Make-A-Wish out here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania every year on Mother's Day. So I don't know. I've not ever come up with a good way to ask people for money. I don't know how to do it. I'm not good at it, and I'm still trying to figure out how to do it. And I know what I do is all for the kids for Make-A-Wish, and it's this great thing and all that. But I kind of feel that if people want to give and it's in their heart to give, they will. And I just tell them what I do, and put it out there for them, and give them the way to get to my donation page or whatever to be able to participate if they want to. But But I did make mention of it on the air to Chris last year, and it was kind of after hearing, what you had going on that I kind of did mention it to Chris that I did it. And well, Chris made sure that there was a pretty decent, generous donation that went to Make-A-Wish for me last year. So I got to kind of thank you because, I don't know if I hadn't been talking to you and known what you did and what he did to help you, I don't know if I would have mentioned it to him or not. So I don't know. Maybe everything just has a reason to work out. But
yeah,
definitely
and you're totally right. Like all you can do is just tell someone what you're up to, and if it resonates with them, like that's the support you want. Like the pressure thing and the pushiness. I can't. I'm really bad at asking for things. Also, like super bad at it. So I've had to get a little better about just kind of being vocal about what we're doing, because it's not about it's not about you or I. We're doing something to try to better the world. We're just trying to leave people better than we found them, and do our small part in this one short life we have. And so, but it's amazing though, the support naturally gravitates when you're on the right path and you're doing the right things the right way, or you're trying your best. People do sense that, and they're drawn to it, and they want to be part of it. And it's just really cool. Like that's the best support to get, is that support where it really resonates with somebody.
And that's what I found with the people that have contributed to me, and I've done a little bit more this year, and actually got started earlier this year, which of course makes a bigger difference. The more time you're out there doing it, the better chances you have of reaching people. So, but anyways, and Steve's helped here too, because we talk about it on the air, so we get it out there a little bit. And I don't do much with social media, but he puts it up on his page to help me out. So I got to thank Steve a lot too, because he helps me get it out there. But anyways, I've been loading here, so I'm gonna have to go back and listen to most of your interview here on the podcast, because I was not in the truck to hear it. But were you gonna be at the truck show this year?
What are the dates?
Oh, that's coming up next year. That's the Mid-America
Friday, Saturday.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Louisville, Kentucky.
Coming Thursday.
That's next week. Yeah.
Thursday, Friday in Louisville. Okay. Well, it's 4 hours away. I have a couple meetings. You know what? I will I'll look up to that. If I can, I will. Like, that sounds awesome.
We're going to be there.
It really does.
Because
we're going to be broadcasting live all 3 days there. Now, I know Chris will actually be there. They're going to have the Hot Shot secret booth. They're going to be at a separate location versus Overnight Drive. But Chris has a big 20 by 20. The whole team will be there. Kyle and Josh, and I think Josh is only going to be there to set up. But yeah, the crew from Hot Shot Secrets. So yeah, Chris will be there Thursday and Friday. I know he's got some other engagement for Saturday, but yeah, if you're able to stop by, you could actually say hi to Chris, meet some of the cartoon characters, as we call them, that listen to this program. And we'll be, again, broadcasting live. So I'd be happy to have you come in and chat a little bit there from the big truck show. You get to meet a lot of people, that's for sure.
Okay, I'm putting it in here. I have to be back Friday evening.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But thanks for the invite, Horse Feathers. That's
absolutely. If you do make it down, I definitely like to catch up with you if you do make it there. So, but anyways, again, thanks for what you do, and I'll be looking forward to getting ready to get my donation into you to have Chris have to spend some more money to help you and me out. But
thank you so much. That's a great way to put it. Thank you for doing that, and thank you for all the good you're doing. But we don't hear. We don't hear a whole lot about all the good that's going on. But there really is just so much. There's so much going on. It's awesome. It is awesome. So it's not hopeless. It's not helpless out there. You can do your small part, and you never know, that ripple effect does grow. You just never know how you're going to affect someone's day just by something small, and you don't have to be the biggest to do big things. It's pretty cool. So.
Yep. So, well, anyways, I'll let somebody else jump in. As I say, if you get to the show, we'll look forward to seeing you, and take care. And if not, we'll talk to you on the radio the next time you're on.
Go.
Okay. Yes. If Steve has me back, I would love that.
Absolutely. Anytime. That's what it's all about. Talking to good people, that are doing good things and whatnot. I'm looking at this breakdown here for your canyoneering trip thing. These are things you're doing, things that are kind of dangerous, actually. I mean, I remember when I was younger, I used to go down to down into Kentucky down there. What's the name of that forest where we'd climb the mountains, and some of my friends would actually do some rappelling, but I was too scared to do it.
Well, they are. It's something. There's something about doing dangerous things carefully and like controlled chaos and like being in situations where things could go terribly wrong, but having the equipment and the support and feeling self-sufficient enough to get through it and to help others get through it too. And that was just like a highlight of when we served, really. I mean, we're responsible for the person to our right or our left. And that's how it gets out there. So it really does bring back a lot of cool things that you thought were either gone forever or didn't know how to access anymore. And those things just kind of come out naturally. Like there's very little communication with some of these things. People see a need and they're like, okay, I'll jump on this harness and, I'll put this rope back or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll belay for, it's just really cool how everyone just falls in line naturally. Like it's I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, some of the stuff gets pretty intense. Like, and not even just the rappels, because those could be, I think their biggest one is over 200 feet that we've done. But some of just navigating some of the cliffs and the terrains and stuff, if you slip and things, I mean, we have our ropes set up, and we have professional guides that are also veterans. They've 20, 30 years of wilderness therapy and guiding experience, where everyone's in really good hands, and they feel like they're in good hands with each other too, even though they just met. Like they were strangers 24 hours ago, and we're literally relying on each other to not die. Like, so people get real close real quick on these things. So it is like a controlled chaos,
I have no experience on the battlefield. I'm one of those who lucky. I was just at the age where I really served. I mean, lived through the peacetime. Too old to serve now, but I guess there's a difference in the adrenaline rush that you're going to get when you're out there just having a good time versus it's probably not a good adrenaline rush when you're on the battlefield. It's a totally different thing.
Yes, yeah, it's different. There's a lot of it. I'd say it intertwines quite a bit with, like I was mentioning, like the intensity and the level of intensities there. But it's a totally different environment. Like the environment that you're in dictates what kind of happens inside you, and what you do with what comes out of you. You're not using these things in the same ways. Mm-hmm. It's really unique to the environment.
All right, let me jump up to, I'm not seeing a name on the screen, and I'm not sure if they were called. Were you calling to say hi to Sarah, or were you just calling in general?
Mystery caller.
Yeah, mystery caller. Hello, mystery caller. And maybe they dropped off. I see Wally's on the line. Let me go ahead and pick up Wally. Morning, Wally, what's going on?
Steve. Well, I'll talk to you both. You sent me that coupon for the $60 off.
Yes.
And I think I'm going to use that $60 off and go ahead and donate it to this cause. And
Wally, thank you.
I'm a 9-year veteran of the United States Navy. I didn't see any combat, but I worked on the flight deck of an aircraft carrier. And my job description was, in peacetime, my life expectancy was 6 seconds. In wartime, it was 1.5 seconds. Because I worked on the controlled crash of an airplane, landing airplanes, and so. And doing what I do now, I don't really make a lot of money, but I've spent, after I got out of the Navy, and it was the same thing, except I didn't have all the trauma and all that crap. I just couldn't. I was lost, man. Because everything I did when I was in the military, that's how I based my life on. And after you get out, it was like Rambo saying, man, I was in charge of millions of dollars worth of equipment. And now that I'm civilian, I'm kicked to the corner and nobody will hire me.
Yeah.
So that was
You're
the point,
so right about that.
Yeah. So I'm just, and I'm glad you got figured out, but I met a guy who spent time in Iraq or whatever one night. He come up on me and he was messed up drunk wise. And he said, I can take you out. And I said, well, the problem is I'm not your enemy. I said, so you can go ahead and look at me and whatever you want to do to try and figure out how you're going to take me out. Well, I'm 6'6". I weigh 245. Well, he ain't going to take me out.
He must have been drunk to come up and try to start something with you, Wally. My God. I want to know what he had.
Well, he was about 5'4" or something like that.
Wow.
And I just told him, I said, look, man, I said, just calm down. I'm not your enemy. So I know I've been here, I've been there, I've done all this. And I know, but I don't need your kind of treatment, okay? Because I'm past this. I'm 63 years old. So, and I'm doing great, but
awesome.
So that's what I'm going to do with that $60 savings that Hot Shot Secret sent me. I'll just use it because if I buy the products anyway, it don't matter. So I'll just pay full price for it.
Wow, that's really thoughtful that you're going to do that. That's so awesome.
And then we'll see what we can do in the future on more money. But
there you go. That's great.
That's when we'll start.
Oh, thank you. That is amazing. You had an amazing career too, and I completely, I relate with being lost. That was the whole problem. That's what kind of led to that slow build of not knowing who am I? Like the military is the one thing that made complete sense to me. Just everything about it made sense. Even the hurry up and wait and all the BS. Like for some reason, it was either so ridiculous it was funny or it just made complete sense. And once you get out, I mean, and it doesn't have to be trauma. I mean, you could have had the best experience, but just the fact is that it's over. And it's like, oh, wow. Like now what? Like who am I? Where? I mean, it's just, it's so, it's the best of times and the worst of times. And it's just an intense experience just serving. Good or bad. And it's like, once it's over, it's like, well, hold on. I still haven't found anything to compare, and I don't think, I'll definitely never have it all figured out. All I can just do is the best I can, take one day at a time. Cause man, some days are not good.
You have to take it one day at a time.
You just got to get through those nights. Yeah, no kidding. So if I ever meet someone that's got it all figured out, I'm just going to just sit down and not talk and just write down all their words. Like, tell me your ways. Cause it's a lifelong journey, self-discovery. The whole thing. It's like a whole thing. But thank you so much for your service. That sounds like an incredible career.
Wally, thank you so much. So I guess what he's kind of saying is having some personal experience, he can identify. He said, I don't need your kind of therapy, but I know there are people that do. And that's what it's about, trying to find those people and maybe get them a little bit of help, right?
Oh, absolutely. That's really awesome that he empathized in that way. Maybe it's not something he would seek out personally, but he knows that others would, and that he wants to be part. Like that means so much that he would empathize in that way and use his discounted money for that. That's awesome.
Okay. I got a few minutes before we hit bottom of the hour news break. Let me jump down to, I believe it is Mark on the line. Mark, got you on with Sarah. Good morning. Happy Friday.
Shadow Chaser, Steve.
Hello, Shadow Chaser.
Thank you there, Sarah Lee. Hey, Sarah Lee, I come from a family. Good, how are you? Hey, I come from a family of 10. I got 4 brothers younger than I am. I got one. Matter of fact, my younger brother, he was an accountant for the Army. He was stationed in Iraq for a while there at the base there.
Wow. A family
and
of 10?
I got, pardon?
You said a family of 10?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
And I got another brother. He's younger than I am. He's a veteran of the Air Force. He was in the Air Force. He was stationed in England for a while.
Wow.
Oh, that's awesome.
So thank you I appreciate everything all you guys do.
Oh, that means a lot. It is an honor for us to do this.
Are you going to have Trace Atkins, sir, to sing for you?
I'm sorry, what, sir?
He said, are you
going to have Trace Atkins, sir?
Down in Tennessee, are you going to have Trace Adkins as your entertainment? I don't think Trace is on the list.
I thought that's what... No, he, I don't know if I could quite afford Tracy Atkins. He is a very charitable, giving human being, from what I've heard. So you never know. You never know. In fact, I did get to meet him once. I went to a comedy show, and he was ahead of me walking in, and he opened the door and held it for me to walk in. So, I mean, he is a great guy. It's not probably out of reach to say maybe one day.
No, he's a big guy too, isn't he? About 6'5" or something. He's big.
Yep. I mean, I'm 5'11", and I'm looking up like, thanks, Tracy. Like he's even taller in person. So. Yes, I walked under his arm. So at 5'11", if that tells you how tall he is.
Okay, we're up to our news break here. We're going to pause once again, and Chevy guy, hang in there. We'll get you out of the break. And you want to jump on board, say hi to Sarah. We're going to talk a bit more. Waypointvets.org. We'll be back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A WNBA player will stay in a Russian jail for several more months. John Hunt reports.
American basketball star Brittany Grenier's detention in Russia has now been extended until May or beyond, according to the Russian state news agency TASS, citing the Kamiki court of the Moscow region. Grenier has been detained for weeks after Russian officials say they found vape cartridges containing drops of oil derived from cannabis in her luggage at an airport near Moscow. The offense could carry a sentence of up to 10 years in a Russian prison.
A U.S. Navy veteran jailed in Iran for nearly 2 years has sued the Iranian government for $1 billion. Michael White alleges he was kidnapped, held hostage, and tortured. The State Department arranged for his release in June 2020. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home.
Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, back on a Friday, TGIF. And Sarah, I'm guessing it's, I don't know, is it a full-time job running what you're running, or do you have an occupation aside from just running Waypoint Vets?
No, it's basically full-time. I own a photography business. I've owned that for 15 years now. So, I still do weddings and work with families and things like that on my schedule. And so I'm very easily able to dedicate the time needed to Waypoint, thankfully.
I'm sure it takes a lot to get these adventures all organized and lined up and whatnot. That's what I was saying. It's probably more like a full-time job to run what you're doing there.
Yes, very much so. And I have an amazing team that has come together over the last year, and I'm just blown away by their commitment and sharing the vision and the passion and the heart for what we're doing, and their personal, like I said, their commitment of time, and like I said, none of us take a salary from this. This is all volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
So we have our secretary, treasurer, operations manager, our guides, our board, our gear guy, our fitness photographers, the content manager. Everything's come together so beautifully. And they're amazing people. We're all vets, and we're just trying to give back, and serve again in meaningful ways as much as we can.
Tell me a bit about I'm looking at your schedule later this year in August. What is the Middle East Conflicts Memorial? Everybody's familiar with like the Vietnam Memorial and whatnot, but I'm not really familiar with that. What is that?
Yes, I wasn't either until a year or so ago. I was just driving through Illinois, and I saw a sign, an exit for it with the sign Middle East Conflict Memorial. I'm like, well, I was in the Middle East conflict. What's this about, And I just took the exit. It is this spectacular memorial right on the river. It's just west of Chicago in Marcel, Illinois. It's basically the Vietnam vet wall for my generation of combat vets, OIF, OEF combat vets. And our brothers and sisters, their names, everyone we've lost, their names are on that wall. All of my friends, their names were there. And
really?
There's etching paper and pencils. You could etch their names on the paper. They have custom paper there. I have them above my fireplace right now, the etchings. And there's a really great system to look up where your names, the names of your loved ones and service numbers are on the wall. And it's truly spectacular, visually, and it's very emotionally and mentally powerful. It's just kind of being submerged, and they're kind of curved. The walls, they're individual slabs of wall that are engraved, and they curve toward you as you face the river. So it just kind of, you just get enveloped by all this and the flags, and it's truly beautiful. And so I'm standing there, of course, getting emotional, and I'm like, yep, I'm bringing a bunch of vets back here because wow, and there's a great community there. So we're working out the details of our trip there. We're going to be taking 20 veterans here from the Tennessee area. Just get a couple rental vans and take them up that way. It's a long drive, so we'll spend a few nights up there, spend a day at the wall and with some of the community. And then there's a beautiful park, a national park called Starved Rock, or state park. It's a state park called Starved Rock, and it's pretty amazing. So there's activities that way too. But yeah, it's a very powerful experience, and I did not know it existed. And I know that the people that are on the board for the wall itself are trying to be as active as they can to get the word out about its existence. But it is breathtaking. If any of y'all are driving through west of Chicago, Marcel, Illinois, that's where the Middle East Conflict Memorial Wall is. And wow, yeah, totally stop if you have a moment.
How about that? Yeah, I mean, because like I said, I'd never heard of that before, so that's a new one on me tonight. So for veterans out there, if we have some that may think this is something they might want to participate in, how do they go about signing? I know you said there's a waiting list and whatnot as we speak, but do they get to select what they might be interested in, or do you pick who goes where? How's that work?
Yeah, right on the website, waypointvets.org, there's you could click on veteran sign up, and it's kind of a lengthy form. We don't just want people to click and boom, boom, submit. I mean, there's questions, what do you hope to gain and overcome? Tell us a little about yourself and your service. And we have everybody rate themselves physically, mentally, at peace to at war, 1 through 10, and then couch potato to athlete. I'm on the lower end of this scale, but 1 to 10. And then they can select the adventures or activities that they're most interested in. And then after I get their form, we send an email out, and I schedule a phone call with them and call them personally. And I don't think I've had a phone call less than 30 minutes long. It just happens. It's not like I'm not even a phone person, but when you get on the phone with the right person, it just kind of, like you, Steve, like, I'm not this chatty. I keep to myself. I do. But sometimes you really just hit it off. And we have an amazing phone call and go over the physical demands of the trip and kind of their whatever they want to share, and some don't have much to share. They just want to know about the details of each, and we figure out what resonates with them the most. and what they'll, the one they'll probably gain the most from, and pair them up with that. And as far as the waiting list, we have over 200 vets signed up right now, and we have 8 trips this year, which are basically they're just about full already. And that's why we're trying to grow the program and have our fundraisers and gain sponsors and support, because we only want to add to our adventures. Like I said, the need, I didn't anticipate the level of interest. It's awesome because this is exactly what works. It's the only thing that works for me, like I mentioned. So it's cool to know there's other vets that are like, yeah, I want to throw myself into some craziness again and be around other vets and get away from everything familiar and detach and work on some. Or I don't know. Everyone takes away something different from the trips, so it's cool. But that's how the waiting list and sign-up work.
Well, say hi to Chevy Guy. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Chevy Guy, U.S. Navy veteran, destroyer, 1976 to 79, peacetime Navy. But talking about,
good to meet you.
They have you so regulated, and I come out sometime. I got married in '82, and I'd been laying in the bed, and I was so geared when the red light would come on you at your battle stations lights, and a log fell in the wood firebox, and it lit up the hallway red. My wife said I was laying flat on my back, and she said I was like a stiff board, and I jumped clear over the footboard down the hallway, and I was run out, like, just boom. And all I remember is standing there in front of the fire, and I'm wondering how in the world did I get here. About that time, my stepdaughter's opening her bedroom door, said, "Mom, what's going on?" My wife said, "Melody, stay in your room." She bought me a robe. But yes, they have you. So, and it's a good thing. It's survival. It's so you react quicker when the enemy comes at you. Both my grandson and my nephew. My nephew was in Afghanistan and Iraq, infantry. My grandson was in Afghanistan infantry, and they both have had the same reaction. They were just standing there, and my nephew was in the kitchen with his mother, and a helicopter come flying over the house, pretty low, and she turned around and he disappeared. He had stuffed himself in between the wall and the refrigerator. My grandson hit the deck and was up under a desk. And both of them basically said the same thing. When you're in infantry and a helicopter goes swooping down low, that means you've got the enemy directly ahead of you. So I'm just so thankful that they've got these events in different. My son's actual father was in Vietnam in '68. And I kid you not, they come back, they come back being spit on, called baby killers, and the whole 9 yards. And then next thing you know, within 2 weeks they're from the battlefield. Next thing you know, they're in society. And nobody knew what they were going through, so they ended up self-medicating. It's amazing. It's amazing that just now in our generation we've seen where we're taking care, because the Korean War vets, the World War II vets, it just never was an issue or took care of. So I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing. Now this is something that they have to initiate themselves, right?
Yes. Yep. They reach out to us, and yeah, that's 100% right. They take the first step. It's totally up to them to want to do it and to go out, like I said, go out on a limb and sign up, put themselves out there in that way, and that's how we know they definitely want something right now. It's not us being pushy or asking them to sign up or trying to get numbers or certain branches or anything like that. We're going in order of sign up, and they're reaching out. which is more symbolic to me because it takes a lot for me to reach out personally. So it does mean a lot that they take the initiative.
Well, appreciate you coming on and giving us a resource that we can, hand over to our young. I got one in active duty right now. She's on a striker crew, and they're on that NATO exercise right now, going down through Lithuania and Latvia and all that crap. So,
wow. I can't imagine how proud you are. And
no, I'm angry. It's my daughter in there. I don't mean I'm an
I know.
bragger.
Yeah.
Okay, I am a caveman, but I got Dixie. Yes, I'm a caveman. We're caveman mate for life. That's all I got to say about that. But that little girl was my princess. She, and I'm sorry, I don't get excited seeing her head sticking out of the controls of the striker vehicle. But she will always be my princess, and I just want her back alive. And so prayers for those that are there, and thank God we got resources now and people out there that do care. Like in my day in the 70s, they just, you're back, I don't want to hear about it, So
right.
Other than that, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail. Thank you so much for participating with us tonight.
Well, yeah, thanks for your perspective on just the fact that we do gain so much from our training, and it is survival. These are skills that I'm sure they've saved my life since being out. There's so much that we gain from our service, so many positives. It's just great. So there are huge positives. I love serving. I miss serving, so I'm really glad you touched on the fact that we did gain a lot from our training, and it is useful. It is still, and your daughter's trained so well too.
Yes, and don't get me wrong. Okay, my opinion is my opinion, but thank you so much for your service, and that you stood between us, the United States of America, and a bullet. And really, you're a cherished pride in our country.
Well, thank you so much for yours, and from my generation to yours, thank you so much for coming back and continuing to fight for the way we're treated by the country, the way we're seen by the VA, and just the treatment of my generation. My generation is so grateful to yours. I don't know how much they verbalize it, but just please know that we're so thankful and grateful that you just kept fighting after you got home in so many ways, so that other veterans would not only deal with that sort of thing, but it was inspirational for us after we come home to keep pushing and to fighting for what we know is right, and to stay connected as a community, because that's just a great way we can honor our fallen, is by staying united as veterans.
Well,
so thank you for paving the way for that.
America has failed our veterans, or there wouldn't be a need for wounded warriors. There wouldn't be a need for any of these support systems where the VA and the American people do not, after we send our young into the battlefield, I think we all have an assumption that, if they get hurt, they'll be taken care of for life. But that's not so. And like I said, you're not into that deep part of that, but you are into the spiritual and the strengthening of the soul of these soldiers and sailors. And hey, listen, 2 destroyers shoot 60 missiles into Syria. One of them failed. How much that thing cost? $2 billion for one missile? Something like that? Well, to me, the contractor should be sending the money back to the American people and fund these systems, like the Wounded Warriors, yours. That money then contractors need to send some of that money back where they help the veterans. Other than that, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and we're out. We're over.
All right.
Oh, Lima Charlie, great to meet you.
All right, about 8 before the hour. All right, we're going to come back in 2 minutes here. We'll kind of maybe recap and highlight once again. And for those who may have joined us late, let them know how they can participate, donate, and everything being matched dollar for dollar by Hot Shot Secret. And it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Sarah Lee, Waypoint Vets, I guess founder of Waypoint Vets, and kind of a recap, waypointvets.org. You can donate now, you can donate tomorrow, you can donate anytime. I guess one of your biggest fundraiser events coming up April 30th, a little over a month from now, especially for some of our listening friends there in Tennessee and parts of the Southeast. And it's going to, again, be, say, the Nashville area?
Yes, yep. It starts with a bike ride, but you don't have to be a rider. You can just meet us at the fundraiser event at Yazoo Brewing at noon. Nashville area.
Okay. April 30th, which is a Saturday, by the way. All right, anything we have not yet touched on that you wanted to touch on, Sarah?
Well, I was thinking just a recap. I'm Sarah Lee, Army combat vet, founder of Waypoint Vets, and we take veterans on adventures at no cost. It's a great variety of adventures. We combine physical, mental intensity with the stillness and beauty of nature, and we get really close out there. It gets crazy. It gets beautiful. And we have a great team of volunteers. The veteran participants don't pay anything. We cover all the costs for them. And that's only possible because of donations and support. So I'm so grateful to Mr. Grabelchuk for his commitment to match up to $50,000 raised. He's matching this year. And also just so grateful to our individual donors that have made our program possible and helped it grow. And we're only growing, adding adventures. We have 200 vets on our list for our upcoming adventures. And I'm anxious and excited to get to serve them all. So it's just all really cool.
All right. Well, and again, waypointvets.org to make a contribution or learn more, or if you're a veteran who might be interested in participating, you can just pull that up and fill out the application form there online. Now, before we go, let me see, I think...
yes, and...
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to mention, too, just something important. On each of our trips, we make our participants custom dog tags with the names of their fallen or a phrase or anything they'd like on there. But also, when you make a donation, there's an option to do it in memory or in honor of somebody. Please enter a name of someone that you love, have loved and lost, and we will add them to our in memoriam dog tags. We carry these dog tags on every single adventure that we go on. So we will carry them with us and honor their memory on every single adventure. It's just really, really important to us to honor our fallen in any way that we can think of.
Okay,
so that's just something important. We're very active also on our Facebook page. If you want to keep up with we post along as our adventures progress, like throughout the adventure itself, and just all the craziness and meaning. It's all on the Facebook page. If you look up Waypoint Vets on Facebook, or it's facebook.com/waypointvets if you want to type it into your browser. But yeah, totally keep up with us that way too. And I check the messages, blow up my messages. I'm just here. I'm ready.
Okay, and I've got a personal friend online, a listener that we met through the program. He's actually nowadays he's a first responder, aka law enforcement, and he was coming to my rescue one evening when I was choking on the air. I had a newsman that actually I told him, "Don't worry, I choked on a pill." And I said, but he calls 911, and Pappy showed up. Pappy, hey there. That's how we met.
Hey, Steve. Sarah, how are you?
Good, sir. Good to meet you. Thanks for showing up for Steve.
I believe I had the pleasure of talking to you about a year ago.
Did you? Oh, yay. Okay. You called in a year ago?
Yes, ma'am, when you were on. And what a great thing you're doing. What was your rank when you were in the service?
I ETS'd as a sergeant, E5.
Well, there you go. I'm going to address you as Sergeant instead of Sarah, if you don't mind.
Oh, my gosh.
But listen,
that's very generous of you.
Man, I just tuned in. It's been kind of a busy night, and I just tuned in when Chevy guy was on. And as soon as you started talking, I immediately remembered you from the past. And I'm glad you're still on the line because I just wanted to thank you again for everything you're doing, for our combat vets out there. It's an amazing thing. And I'm sure you know that the wellness that comes with what you're doing, for these men and women goes a long way. And as soon as I can get parked, right, and get a donation into you, I plan on doing that. So great job, fantastic. And thanks again for everything you're doing.
Oh, it's so mutual. Very ditto. I can't imagine just what you do each day and the challenges you take on each day, the variety of the situations you have to run into. And I'm in awe. I am endless respect for first responders, law enforcement. I mean, we get to leave a lot of our stuff overseas, and you guys tackle the worst of your communities or the most difficult parts of your communities every single day. The communities that you love and live in and raise your families in. And I'm blown away by your service. So thank you so much for everything that you do every single day.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing today, Sarah. What was your rank, Pappy?
You saved Steve.
He's a Navy guy.
I was just E4 when I got out. Listen, I was in the Navy many, many moons ago. It was a second class, but, listen, what we do out here on the street, I'm going to tell you right now, doesn't compare to what these combat vets go through. I mean, it's a different type of, combat, I guess, but, I can't even compare what I've done for the last 30 years to what some of these men and women experience in a short time being overseas. So, man, I'm sure we could get into some crazy stories, but we don't need to because we all know
what you all have been through, the sacrifices that you made for this country. And, even the ones that aren't wounded physically, that have to see and things that human beings shouldn't have to see. But unfortunately, we got evil in this world, and you got to deal with it, And so, seriously, what you're doing. I'm a nature lover. I love to get out and fish and hunt, or just walk the woods, man. Just
Yes.
I think maybe in a past life I must have been like, what are they called? Not a cowboy, but mountain man or something.
It's like a mountain man. Yeah, I was going to say, well, me too. Me too, because that's where I get, I feel totally different out there than I do anywhere else.
Right.
It's like I feel my very, very best.
Yes.
Out there.
And the fall's my favorite time of year. But hey, listen, Steve's a couple minutes past the hour. I probably took him over a little bit. But thank you so much, Sergeant, for what you're doing. And I appreciate you coming on the show here and telling us all.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I will remember your words.
All right. Yeah, we are at the top of the hour. I'm going to ask you to hang on again here, Sarah, because we've got, Rhonda's on the line and she needs to get a message to you, she says. And, we can, you're okay to stick around a little longer, right?
Okay. Oh, yeah. Taking the time, making the time is, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. And we'll be back.
I'm hanging out. It's 1 a.m. my time. I'm in.
Okay. If somebody else wants to jump in, it's 844-844-3388. So we'll take care of more business and be back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A WNBA player will stay in a Russian jail for several more months. John Hunt reports.
American basketball star Brittany Grenier's detention in Russia has now been extended until May or beyond, according to the Russian state news agency TASS, citing the Kamiki court of the Moscow region. Grenier has been detained for weeks after Russian officials say they found vape cartridges containing drops of oil derived from cannabis in her luggage at an airport near Moscow. The offense could carry a sentence of up to 10 years in a Russian prison.
A U.S. Navy veteran jailed in Iran for nearly 2 years has sued the Iranian government for $1 billion. Michael White alleges he was kidnapped, held hostage, and tortured. The State Department arranged for his release in June 2020. You're listening to USA Radio News.
I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
Russia's war has created a humanitarian crisis. Lance Pry has the story.
The United Nations is reporting on Thursday that more than 3.1 million refugees have fled Ukraine since Russia launched its unprovoked invasion. The UN Refugee Agency has labeled the exodus the fastest-growing refugee crisis in Europe since Hitler started World War II.
Peru's constitutional court has approved the release from prison of former President Alberto Fujimori. He is serving a 25-year sentence for murder and corruption. A court official says the court restored a humanitarian pardon granted to Fujimori on Christmas Eve in 2017. The country's Supreme Court had overturned the medical pardon in 2018 and ordered the former strongman back to jail for human rights abuses. And the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has declined Dolly Parton's request to pull her nomination. The organization confirmed Thursday she'll remain on the ballot. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online, just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo hinted at a political comeback on Thursday, including running for his former job just 6 months after he resigned amid sexual harassment allegations. Cuomo gave a campaign-style speech on Thursday to a friendly audience of about 100 people in the Bronx. Newsmax reported the Democrat behaved like a candidate, posing for pictures with attendees and a baby. Actor and former politician Arnold Schwarzenegger is speaking out about the invasion in Ukraine.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is urging Russian citizens and military members to listen to the truth about the Ukrainian invasion. The actor and former California governor posted a 9-minute video to social media attempting to debunk Russian government propaganda about the war, particularly the claim that the purpose of the invasion was to denazify Ukraine. Schwarzenegger spoke of his father, a member of the Nazi Party who served in World War II.
When my father arrived in Leningrad, he was all pumped up on the lies of his government. And when he left Leningrad, he was broken, physically and mentally. To the Russian soldiers listening to this broadcast, you already know much of the truth that I've been speaking. I don't want you to be broken like my father.
That's Tim Berg reporting. And 10 pilots from 4 different airlines are suing the CDC. They want to end the federal mask mandate, calling it illegal and saying it prevents them from flying safely. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Let's jump back into it here. Speaking to Pappy, Pappy's out there serving and protecting tonight. As he explained, it's been a busy night. It's probably just about to get a little busier, Sarah, because he's out there working on a night when all these people have been drinking their green beer. We're closing out St. Patrick's Day, and the bars just closed. We're a little after 2 o'clock here, so I'm not sure if my son's actually working tonight or not. He's out there, law enforcement in another jurisdiction here in this town. I guarantee if he is working, he's wishing he ain't, because it's going to be a crazy night, but that's what's going on out there.
Yeah.
But thanks for sticking around. Rhonda, one of our listening friends, wants to... Hello, Rhonda,
sorry.
morning.
Oh, good morning. Perfect timing. I got over that rough bridge. Miss Sarah, please go to... I'm glad to listen to you guys. I am not military, but I need you to go to Steve's friend list on Facebook and find Rhonda. I'll have a profile picture of me with Alex from Ice Road Truckers. And
I'm looking.
Send me a message on Messenger because I throw a victory reunion from Victory Express when they were in business. We've lost 2 veterans this year. And we usually get flowers. Cindy Schaefer does it, which was Dick Schaefer, the owner's daughter. And I think you guys would be a great thing that both Roger and Dale would approve of the money that would have gone for their flowers to go to your organization. Okay?
Wow, Rhonda, that's awesome. That's so thoughtful that you even, that's awesome. I'm trying to find you.
It's RONDH. That's my key word when I call somebody. RONDA, no H.
No H. Okay.
That's awesome. I want
No
Sarah
H.
with an H. Like, it's the only silent part of me is that H in Sarah. I don't know how I got that. Probably just to offset, like, my personality. I don't know. But
I love it.
Man, well, I don't want you to have to write anything down or anything, but it might. I was thinking it might be easy. If you go to waypointvets.org and hit contact, those come to me. If you do get a chance to send me a message with your info, I'm not finding you right away. I'll keep looking, but whichever happens first, I would love to talk more about this. That means so much that you thought of that.
Steve?
Yes.
You know where I'm at on your list. You send me a message on Messenger with her information so I can get it because I'm driving.
Okay.
I love Rhonda. Dave, let's do this. That is awesome. Oh my God. Thank you, Rhonda. Thanks for thinking of this. Like, I would love to, I can send you any info they might want to know about the organization or our filings or anything. We're all up to date on everything. So if they need anything like that, I have it. That is
right.
so cool.
So, and
I would just be honored.
If I call her and give her the information off my messenger, then she will take care of it from there. That girl's phenomenal. Okay. My dad just passed away, and they sent beautiful flowers, so the money should go towards something veterans. Because Roger, we're not even going to know where he's at because he's somewhere in the military cemetery in Dayton. And I hope they've got some kind of a guide that we can find where his grave is in September.
It has to be a registry of some sort. It is a big cemetery.
Right. And then, many, many years ago, after my ex-boyfriend passed away because he was a non-vet, and I spent years trying to understand what those guys went through, okay? Well, they had the moving wall in Toledo at one of the big parks. Well, let me see. I've been driving since 88, so it was probably 85, 86. And I spent 2 or 3 days up there helping people find their people on the moving wall. So.
Wow. Yeah, that traveling wall that heals, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's a very powerful, it's like a third scale. It's lit. It's 24/7. People can visit it. Is that the one? The wall that heals?
That's the one. The moving wall, yes.
So powerful. Yes.
And I had uncles that were in, my grandfather was in World War I. I'm not sure what my uncles were in, but they've been between 90 and 100, so maybe World War II. I don't know. My history sucks. I'm not even going to lie.
I barely remember what I did yesterday. But that is awesome that you volunteered at that, too, because I know a lot of Vietnam vets, it takes a lot for them to even go to the wall and then to get there and not being able to find what they're looking for on that wall. Like, for someone to help them because that's when really the process starts, is when you see that name, and it's like, at least that's what happened to me at the Middle East wall. I saw that name, and that's when I was like, okay, this is, everything just flipped. Just flipped as soon as I saw that name. So helping them find their names, that's amazing for you to volunteer. Thank you for being someone that volunteers. Because
I did, Dan, and I've got to tell you, since you brought up Middle East, I was supposed to deliver Lower Manhattan on 9/11. And I had what they had called was a blind shipment. I picked it up in Danville, Virginia, going to Lower Manhattan. And it's very possible that somebody that worked in a brokerage firm in one of the Twin Towers had bought and resold this load of cloth to the all-male prison in Michigan. But I was supposed to be there that morning. And when I know that you guys served after that, and when I hear about people that volunteer, signed up after that, it just makes my heart pound. because it was too close. That's another one of those stories that Rhonda has that would only be if she would have been a truck driver.
Oh, to be a fly in your cab. I just can't. You probably all the spontaneous things that happen on the road. Just from cycling
Sometimes
cross country, I never knew. Sure. But man, some of the conversations with strangers are so profound because you get to like be exactly who you are now instead of them having some expired version of you in their mind. It's a whole new person you get to be. But just something about the conversations are so special. So I can imagine just being a driver since the 80s, just the number of experiences and the spontaneous. It's hard to beat life on the road. It really, really is.
Well, I've been doing this since '88, but I got a couple. If I can keep them in Reader's Digest version, and Steve's going, yeah, good luck with that. I had a funny thing happen tonight at the yard, and I was bobtailing from where I parked at to go over to the grass to let Mia out, which is my brindle mutt that thinks she's a Jack Russell, but she weighs 80 pounds. And I see something wandering across the parking lot. Now, I know it's not a skunk, because I wouldn't have followed it if it would have been a skunk, but I didn't know if it was a rat or a muskrat, because I will swerve lanes to dodge a skunk. I've been there and done that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm following this thing, and I call one of the guys. Right. She don't leave the underside of my truck alone now. But, she got to smell everything, and I don't try not to run over roadkill. But I called Randy in the shop, and I said, dude, we got big old rats out here. And he says, well, I don't know. I said, well, it's either got to be a rat, a muskrat, or a Mack Avenue rat. Anybody that's been in and out of Detroit with a reefer knows that Cattleman's meat's on Mack Avenue. And we used to watch the rat races when we were either delivering or picking up or whatever. So I followed it. That sucker turned right around, and it was a muskrat. Turned right around and looked right at me. I mean, stopped and looked right at me in a semi-truck, following it across the yard. I waited till it got off in the fence. But anybody from the Detroit area knows what a Mack Avenue rat is, because everybody I've told that story tonight on the phone all know that it takes something bigger than a 22 to kill them. But anyway, the other story I'm going to try to do is an old one, but it's a Rhonda Trucker story. If I wouldn't have been a truck driver, I couldn't tell the story. But I met John Wayne Bobbitt before Lorena bobbited John Wayne in Manassas. I was delivering groceries for Shenandoah. And Steve probably remembers Shenandoah Motor Express. But anyways, I was delivering a load of groceries, and he had to come down and inspect my inbound load. And then after that, I saw his face on TV where she had totaled his tallywhacker. And it's like, hey, I met him. That's a Rhonda story that I couldn't tell if I didn't drive a truck.
Right. You have to put yourself out there for any of these things to happen. It doesn't happen on their own. You have to be in that place at that time and live to tell about it. That's the key.
I know, right? I know, right? So, but I just, I need to let the other guys get in there. But I get that information, and I will try to get it to Cindy as soon as possible. And that way she will, do what she does best.
Okay.
And it will be in the name. Not a problem, but it'll be in the name of from their friends at Victory Express or whatever. I mean, that's how I met Steve's dad, was at Victory Express.
Oh, wow.
34 years ago, I met the bozo. I really need to get off the phone. Go ahead, Steve.
All
right. You can blow me up.
I sent you the link, Rhonda, to.
Did you do what I think you did?
Did I blow her up?
No. She said, "Go ahead and cut me off," and it was just silence, and I was like, oh, "Rhonda."
I did cut her off. We used
She
to have
loved it.
we used to have
Rhonda's
dynamite.
great.
We'd hit the dynamite and have the explosion sound. That's when they get hung up on. But I did send her the link to Waypoint Vets, So she'll get that, and I guess you said if that takes you just like to your main page. If she clicks on contact, you'll get that, right?
Yes. Yep. It comes right to, yes. Yeah, I'll get that.
Okay.
It'll come right to me. So
There you go. So she's got that in her, in her
was
messenger.
so thoughtful of her. Thanks for doing that.
All right. Good people out there. There's still some good people in this world, Sarah, believe it or not. And you're one of them.
Thank you. I think the bad people are just so much louder, and we confuse them for numbers, but it's just not the case. Like, think about any tragedy. Think about 9/11 itself. Think about 9/12, what America looked like.
Yep.
When the good people came out of the woodwork and stepped up. Anytime there's something bad that happens, you got to pay attention to the response. There's so many good people out there. And it's not bunnies and unicorns. Like, good people aren't just good people. They choose to be that way. They've been through enough, and they've grown enough inside to choose to be like that. You know, it takes tragedy and experience and perspective to get to the point where you want to inject good into the world. Honestly, it's badass. Honestly, to be good, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of energy to overlook a lot of things and maintain that. So you have so many amazing people, so many amazing listeners. Like, I could stay. I don't want to overstay, but I could totally do this all night. Like, I love your listeners.
That's great. Yeah, well, I was going to get you wrapped up by 2 a.m., but, I held you through with Ron and whatnot. But again, you've got waypointvets.org, the Facebook. I just pulled the Facebook page up. I was trying to find how to share your page, so I can share it with to my Facebook page. I got to figure that out. Do you have a link do you have a link via the Waypoint Vets website to share? A couple of years ago, I think Kyle was able to share it, and I stole it from him. So yeah, but I'll do that for them.
I'm at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook page. I noticed. I see that it shows you're live now, so I left a comment on at least on that for now, the current live that we're on right now.
Okay.
I left a comment on there with our website and our Facebook page, just for whoever sees that.
Okay. Very good. Well, again, it's waypointvets.org. Get your donations in. Make plans to join them April 30th. Yeah, they're in the Nashville area for the bike ride. I know there's a whole bunch of bike listening friends we got out there too. I've got one friend that lives up in Indiana that he tries to make an annual trip down to the Dragon's Tail.
Ah, yes, the Tail of the Dragon.
Tail of the Dragon, yeah.
I forget how many hundreds of curves, 200-300 curves in so many 11 miles, and you get this really sweet metal plaque at the end if you survive it.
You see,
and those who don't survive get put in these their bicycle. My God, I'm such a dork. Their motorcycle parts get put on this tree, and it's a whole thing.
Yep.
So whether you make it or not, it'll be fun.
Well,
it's a beautiful ride. That's a goal of mine, because I have a 2016 Heritage Softail Classic that I'm learning to ride right now, and that is an ultimate goal. Cross country ride and the Tail of the Dragon. That's kind of my goal.
Well, Sarah, it's been great chatting with you again. I can't believe it's been a year. If you get a chance, I don't know. I know a 4-hour drive. That's a long way to Louisville, and I don't know what the weather's going to be, but check ahead. If you get down there, it'd be great to meet you in person and put a face with the voice and all that good stuff. Of course, I've seen your picture, very pretty girl, on the website and whatnot. But yeah, I'd love to meet you.
Oh, I look way worse in person. Hopefully, you recognize me.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well,
but I do love driving. I do hope to be there. Driving is very therapeutic for me. So. Well, hopefully I will be there. It would be great to meet you.
If you do make it in, we're in the North Wing, but both the Hot Shot Secret booth and the Overnight Drive booth are in the North Wing. It's a big place, Sarah. It's like 1 million square feet of exhibition space, the biggest truck show in the world. And it's going to be the first time in 3 years.
I'm a bloodhound.
They got canceled in 2020 and 21 because of COVID. Have you guys had to cancel anything because of COVID, or did you pull everything off?
We were able to pull everything off. It was a little pricier just getting everybody their own hotel room. For one of the nights we do a hotel room, and then the rest are camping usually. And we usually just have people wear masks, and if we're packed in a van together. Other than that, we're in the open air, so it was manageable. We didn't have thankfully a single case or incident there. But yeah, it's going to be a great year for this show next week because people are pent up. They're ready to show up at this thing. So you probably have record numbers.
And it is.
I do hope to experience it.
It's the 50th anniversary of the show as well. So it's all going to be, everything comes together to be a pretty big show. So
awesome. Well, I do hope to meet you. I can't thank you enough for having me back and for so long. Like, a little of me goes a long way, so it's pretty amazing that we got 2.5 hours in without me getting the explosion.
So, all right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we'll do it again and get follow up on how your adventures go. And maybe we'll see you next week. If you do show up, like I said, we'll chat a bit there because I'm going to have to fill 5 hours a day there. I've never done that before.
Oh, that's amazing.
So
that's some stamina. But I am excited. I do hope to keep reporting back with growth and good news and things like that. And I just thank you so much for following up with me and having me back. It was great to talk to everybody. That's my favorite part.
All right. And we will look forward to doing it again. All right. Sarah Lee, have a great night. Have a good weekend. Happy Friday, by the way.
Thanks. You too, Steve. Good night, everybody.
All right, news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A WNBA player will stay in a Russian jail for several more months. John Hunt reports.
American basketball star Brittany Grenier's detention in Russia has now been extended until May or beyond, according to the Russian state news agency TASS, citing the Kamiki court of the Moscow region. Grenier has been detained for weeks after Russian officials say they found vape cartridges containing drops of oil derived from cannabis in her luggage at an airport near Moscow. The offense could carry a sentence of up to 10 years in a Russian prison.
A U.S. Navy veteran jailed in Iran for nearly 2 years has sued the Iranian government for $1 billion. Michael White alleges he was kidnapped, held hostage, and tortured. The State Department arranged for his release in June 2020. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, here we are back at it here, about the halfway mark on a Friday morning. Good to have you on board. Great to talk with Sarah Lee. Maybe we'll get a chance to meet her Thursday, Friday, whatever time she can make her way down, if she can make it into Louisville. We'll be there with the bells on. And if you had not yet heard, get on board, get registered for our giveaway as we've teamed up with Bostrom and National Seating once again for this year's Mid-America Truck Show. We'll be in booth number 16067. We will have these seats on display. Or for those who cannot make it to Louisville, just go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contest, and you can enter for the Bostrom Wide Ride and Serta seat. One lucky listener, valued at over $1,800. Now, the other two seats will be given away to attendees. They're at the show in Louisville, so you have to make your way by our booth to get registered for that. Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. All right. Now we'll pick up a couple of updates for you here. Stories we were talking about 24 hours ago. About this time, we had just received a message from one of our friends driving by the Walmart distribution center. It said, hey, it's still on fire. Yes, firefighters battled that blaze through the morning hours Thursday, and technically there's still units on hand dealing with hotspots, believe it or not. A fire that started about the noon hour on Wednesday in Plainfield, Indiana. All the employees were able to get out. We're talking a 1.2 million square foot facility when this fire broke out. When all was said and done, 24 fire departments responding. What was ultimately a 5-alarm fire. The 7 a.m. update there Thursday. They reported the crews had rotated throughout the night, combating hotspots. As of 10 a.m., there was still smoke coming from the remains of the building there. WTHR reports the roof of the building is mostly destroyed. I mean, looking at the video, I think that there ain't nothing left in that building. Even all the trucks that were parked outside the facility burned up. As far as the interior, they say they have not yet even been able to go inside. Maybe sometime today, Friday, they will attempt to enter. Firefighters said Thursday morning units are going to be on scene for quite some time, was their word. Plainfield Fire Chief Brett Anderson said it could take weeks before the cause of the fire is ultimately determined. The BATF is spearheading the investigation there. They do say Walmart says workers displaced by the fire will still be paid for a 40-hour week plus any overtime. Some workers may be reassigned to other Walmart locations. They had a brief statement. We've already taken steps to limit the impact to customers, relying on the resiliency of the supply chain facilities in our stores across the country to help shoulder the load as we look to normalize operations. Whole lot of merchandise is no longer available. The other fire was there in Jonesboro, Arkansas. That was the Nestle facility. Big Sexy shared that after burning nearly 24 hours, Chief Kevin Miller said the Jonesboro Fire Department Thursday afternoon crews had finally knocked down the fire. Again, a blaze that started Wednesday afternoon. And they're still there to knock down any sort of flare-ups. Multiple engines, battalions, and trucks responding to one Nestle way on Wednesday. And firefighters worked in teams through the night looking to control the fire. They were rotating throughout the duration of the fire. Now, while the cause of this blaze, again, undetermined, they do not suspect any malicious activity. A spokesman for Nestle USA said this past day the plant's going to be closed as they investigate the fire. The situation at our Jonesboro factory is under control and now looking into the cause of the fire. No employees as well injured. All are safe, but they do say employees should not report to work until further notice. She assured Region 8 News that employees will be paid during the closure. We will remain closed as we access or assess the damage and return the factory to full operation. I don't believe that particular blaze was nearly nothing in comparison to that massive Walmart distribution center fire. But again, nonetheless, 24 hours to get that under control. All right, Horse Feathers, hey there.
Thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. Appreciate you getting me on with Sarah there earlier. And it's always good talking to her and having her come on and express what she does there for all the vets there. So it's a great thing. So anyways, I was perusing through TikTok a little bit yesterday, thanks to the Big Moose there getting me hooked onto that there, because, you know, he's got a couple of videos on there and he sings some songs and stuff, and you can go see what he does, some other stuff. And but anyways there, so I see there's a Indiana state trooper there that was explaining their program of how they're having a state trooper riding in a semi truck and then radioing ahead to, you know, have violators of the law be pulled over and given tickets and things of that nature. So I don't know if you do TikTok or not. I sent you a couple links there, but so the other one I sent you was there was one for the the Freedom Convoy there, and it showed in when they were in Washington D.C. on Wednesday, I believe it was the 15th, right? 16th, 16th. I don't know. One day to the next. I don't know where I'm at here, Your Honor. Speaking of not knowing where I'm at, there's a lot of fog here in Maryland today. So southern PA, Maryland, there's good patchy fog, and where it's patchy, it's pretty heavy. So just use a little caution in that there when you're going through it all. And so anyways, the convoy apparently had come up from 495 by the Woodrow Wilson Bridge on Interstate 295, trying to go into downtown D.C. And as you were reporting there the other day, the D.C. police actually had the ramp closed to US 50, which is New York Avenue, and also Route 201, Maryland Route 201, Kenilworth Drive. And they kind of had everything at a standstill because nobody had decided where the trucks were going to go, because at that point, 295 becomes no commercial traffic. All the rest of the way back up to the top side of the Beltway, to the north side of the Beltway, is no commercial traffic north of US 50. So everything kind of came to a standstill, and the trucks wanted to go to downtown, and the law enforcement said, in no way in the HE double hockey sticks was the trucks going to go to downtown, and they had to continue on, but they weren't really giving them a solution. And I don't know, a little bit of discussion in that, but they did finally escort the convoy up the no commercial traffic part of 295 back up to the Capitol Beltway by the looks of what happened. But I didn't realize, I tried to send messages to, some of these TikTokers that were putting these videos up. And of course you have to follow, and I didn't realize, but unless they follow you back, you can't get a message to anybody. You actually have to, they actually have to respond and follow you back after you follow them so that you can send them a message. So, I mean, I don't know if you can comment on their thing and whether they pay attention to comments or anything, but I tried to get it out there to have them call Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive Radio, overnightdriveradio.com, the 844-844-3388. Call in, say what's going on, express what, get some of the leaders to call into the show so that they can explain to the rest of us listening audience, the right from the horse's mouth. I guess that's the best way to put it. Right from horse feathers, right from the horse's mouth.
Sure.
Tell us what's happening. We want to know. We're inquiring minds out here. But anyways, so I don't know. As I say, I don't know if any of them will respond back at all whatsoever. But it was kind of interesting to see the standoff that they had there, and law enforcement, they were being very upright and not trying to bully or anything or push around, but they had their orders that trucks weren't supposed to go to downtown, and that it's the way it ended up. But but everybody was very respectful of everybody. There was no issues, and actually one of the older truck drivers was there actually had his hand right up on one of the officer's shoulders, which really surprised me that the one officer actually let somebody touch him. But that was pretty good. I mean, it was a very, very good showing of what happened, but it did cause apparently quite the mess. But as far as the local news service goes, nothing. We don't have any broadcasting of anything. So whether they're going to make another loop today, I haven't seen anything on that. And speaking of news, I watched the NBC national news last night just to kind of see an update on the warehouse deal there for on that fire out there in Indiana. Nothing. I mean, they had the stuff on about the Ukraine, and the food warehouse over there that got destroyed by the Russians, but nothing about a Walmart distribution center in Indiana, that could affect a good portion of the country. So I don't know. I guess it's all about opinion and what they're worried about, their opinion spreading out to the rest of us what they want us to know. So, whatever. So, anyways, I guess that's what we got going for you. But yeah, you get out of the fog and it's a nice clear sky up there. You see all the stars and there's this big thing up there called what was it? Is this one? I forget which moon you said it was last night already, but it's a big white silver moon up there shining bright if you get out of the fog.
Shining bright. You got bright enough to have shadows in the moonlight, as the old song. Now, speaking of fog, be careful in the fog out there. What a mess this past morning. Some of you may have been caught up in the backups. More information about a multiple fatality pileup Thursday morning in Mississippi County, Missouri. I-57 between the 10 and 12 mile markers near Charleston, Missouri. They say it's believed the pileup began when someone slammed on their brakes in the fog. Yes, there was near zero visibility. That's not what you do. You don't slam on your brakes. Chain reaction event that ultimately had more than 70 vehicles involved. I mean, massive pileup. And many of those vehicles were semi-trucks. There was a number of vehicles that burned. According to the Sikeston Standard-Democrat, at least 4 fatalities and a number of others injured in that crash. 70 vehicles in the fog Thursday morning. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I was able to get the link to my actual Steve Sommers official page, which is separate from the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive page. There's several other fan groups and whatnot out there, but yeah, if you're not a member of the official Facebook page, Steve Sommers, Sommers. A lot of times people say, I couldn't find you because they're spelling it with a U, but Sommers. I just put the link up there. Let's see. They actually have a way to put a direct link to donate to Waypoint Vets. Looks like Bubba Ryan already jumped in and made a donation. Thank you, Bubba. So the link is there, and then right below that, I put the actual link to the Waypoint Vets, and I think that goes to their Facebook page, which you can also donate through there. And again, Hotshot Secret matching donations, dollar for dollar, up to $50,000. All right? So the links are now there. Now, speaking of the convoy, let me see. I had a couple of tidbits this past day. High pressure pumping. Yeah, he's been calling in the last few nights. And he mentioned last evening in his call, he said he had sent an email to the guy, Sasnak, which is Kansas spelled backwards. Sasnak, who's been like live streaming every day from the events, the convoy, and the evening meetings and all that. He said, Steve, today, due to the weather, there was no group convoy, so I was headed home for the day, just listening to Sasnak as he was just talking and reading some emails. He actually read my email. Possibly the time may come that maybe Brian or someone may call the show. He sent me the link then via YouTube to where Sasnak read. He said, go to the 1 hour, 11-minute mark on the video, and it's about that point where he read the email talking about the Steve Sommers overnight drive to call the show. Said he did actually talk about your dad, but he did send, again, the link there. When I was watching some of Sasnak's feed a week or so ago, at one point he did mention convoys, and he mentioned way back in the day when the Indiana, when they had the, everybody was just the boycott, I guess, the boycott of Indiana. Which that's going back in time, which my dad was a big part of that, getting that all up and running. Eventually, when the truck drivers stopped spending a dime in the state of Indiana, of course, that impacts all the retailers. That impacts the truck stops, the hostesses, the cooks, and all the restaurants at the truck stops. They all started saying, "Hey, you're putting us out of business, Governor." And ultimately, the governor had to respond. So the truck drivers got their message across and actually successfully won that battle with the Indiana boycott. Then our friend Jay, he's not in a big truck, but he actually went up there. He just joined in the group there at the Speedway on Wednesday. I did send him a message this past morning. I said, hey, we're expecting a full report. He said, I was going to check in this morning, which that would have been yesterday morning, but we were just slammed, and I ended up sleeping all night long. I will call tonight, I promise. I've got quite a report. It's all positive, but the stories of the people that are there would literally bring tears to your eyes. I don't know if Jay's tried to call at this point, but the lines are full. So if he's dialing us in now, maybe he'll be able to get through at some point. Not a first time being a two-time offender, but what you got? Sarah's gone, but what else you got?
When you said that Sarah had a 4-hour drive to Louisville, I was wondering if by chance she lived in southern Michigan. Because this coming Saturday, you better be glad you're not on tomorrow night, I'm going to the Testicle Festival at the Deerfield, Michigan American Legion.
Yeah, boy.
That's been on my bucket list for 2 years. Okay? So this Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, if she lives anywhere near, I'd love her to stop in and say hi, because I'm going to be there first thing, because I'm not going to sleep before I go. So, but I didn't know if she was still listening. I tried to find a number where I could call her, but it's a little hard to do while I'm driving. So
I know she said
or message her on the website.
She's from Ohio, but I thought she said she lives in Tennessee now, like down toward Nashville.
Oh, okay.
Nashville to Louisville, is that about a 4-hour drive?
Oh, in a big truck, maybe. Not quite.
Okay.
Because the bottom side of Louisville is about the 128-mile marker, and you got about maybe half hour or so, 40 minutes from the line down to Nashville.
Okay.
In a car, you can do it a whole lot faster. And horse feathers, I appreciate that because I had a warning pop up on my weather for Winchester for dense fog. So the problem with the fog is these knotheads, big trucks and four-wheelers alike, are not smart enough to turn their lights on. So they are invisible in the dense fog until they slam on brakes. So, but I appreciate the horse feathers talking about that because I'm going to probably get into it going to Winchester. So, but all right. That's it. Testicle Festival, Saturday morning,
and
March 19th.
And you're actually
10 a.m.
You're gonna consume some of that stuff.
I'm going to try one of them sliced deep fried boogers. I'm calling it a nut fry. They look like a freaking fat potato chip.
Okay.
I'll eat at least one so I can have the T-shirt because I can't have the T-shirt if I don't eat at least one.
All right. Well, you let us know how that goes.
I've had too many people say, "Hey, give me a T-shirt." No, I will.
Mm-hmm. Yum. I mean, it's just the whole the mental block thing. I mean, what we consume on any given day. If you're a meat eater and whatnot, do you know what you're eating? Hey, anybody know what they make hot dogs out of? Pig snouts, pig's ears, I mean, you name it. But just when you're thinking about eating a bull testicle, yeah. Meanwhile, let me get down to, I believe is it Big Sky? Is that the handle? Hello, Big Sky.
Yeah, it's Big Sky, Steve.
Hey there, what's going on, Big Sky?
Well, I think you were talking about what I wanted to talk about, that wreck on 57 in Missouri.
Yes.
When I got on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I called at midnight, and they still had that road closed.
Really?
Yeah.
Of course.
They have no idea when it's going to be over.
I mean, obviously, with 70 vehicles involved and then 4 fatalities, which I guess could go higher based on the other injuries, how do you do a complete reenactment or crash investigation on a scene that massive with all the fatalities?
I don't know. And the thing is, the end of that wreck was right at the bottom of an on-ramp. That's where things stopped. Because I was in it and sat for 3 hours this morning trying to get around it.
Really? Okay.
Or we can get around it. Yeah. What I could see of it was ugly.
Now, when you came up on the scene, was the fog that thick? Because I said, there's video from, I guess, maybe an hour after the crash occurred, but the fog had lifted. But at the time of the crash, they were saying near zero visibility.
That's right. They got us stopped about half a mile back from it. You could not see anything where we were stopped at.
Wow. Okay.
And then, what was it, 20, 30 minutes later, you could start seeing stuff. I know they had at least one truck on fire, and I expected there was going to be more of them.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, for about 20, 25 miles around there, I don't think there was an emergency vehicle anywhere.
Okay.
Because they were all there. They were drawn. I got one last thing about, for Rhonda, if she's going to that testicle festival.
Yes.
I want to ask her if she knows how to eat those things. You have to chew the piss out of them.
Okay. That's great. Thank you, Big Sky. Appreciate the update. Hey, we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Canadian government announced it's dropping the requirement for vaccinated travelers to show a negative COVID-19 test result to enter the country. Tests will no longer be needed starting April 1st. Currently, fully vaccinated travelers entering Canada must present proof of a negative result from a professionally administered antigen test. Gas prices are slowly moving in reverse. AAA reports the national average price for regular gas is down 2 cents to $4.28 per gallon. That's the lowest price in more than a week, but prices are still more than $5 a gallon out west. The statewide average is $5.02 a gallon in Nevada, $5.12 in Hawaii, and $5.78 in California. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Have you or someone you know used heartburn medications Zantac or ranitidine and been diagnosed with cancer? Zantac and ranitidine have been positively linked to cancer. According to the FDA, Zantac and ranitidine contain NDMA, a known cancer-causing agent. NDMA has been positively linked to cancers of the bladder, pancreas, esophagus, liver, and stomach. Even in single doses and in smaller doses over time, NDMA is one of the strongest proven cancer-causing agents. Call 888-960-1233 or go to ZantacMoney.com. You may be entitled to substantial compensation without going to court if you or a loved one have taken these products in the past 10 years and been diagnosed with cancer. Call now to see if you qualify for free. Call 888-960-1233 or visit ZantacMoney.com to get what may be owed to you. You may be entitled to a cash reward. Find out now at ZantacMoney.com or call 888-960-1233 to see if you qualify for free.
Insect specialists are sounding the alarm over tick disease.
Ticks carrying a mysterious and rare virus that can sicken or even kill older adults or people with underlying conditions have been found now in at least 6 states. Test samples revealed Lone Star ticks in Georgia had picked up the Heartland virus, according to Emory University. Not much is known about the Heartland virus, which, when transmitted to a person by a tick bite, can cause fever, fatigue, decreased appetite, headache, nausea, and muscle or joint pain. It's unclear if other ticks can spread the same virus. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
St. Patrick's Day is all about the Irish, but modern-day celebrations started in the U.S. Wallet Hub says the first St. Patrick's Day parade was held in Boston in the 1700s. The financial site estimates more than $5 billion will be spent celebrating on Thursday. It also predicts 13 million pints of Guinness will be enjoyed. This is USA Radio News.
Pump up the volume on your published book. Audiobooks generate new readers who love the storytelling format. We all have active multitasking lives now. With audiobooks, we can enjoy your book anywhere, anytime. Earn more profits. Tell your story to a new audience. Call Audiobook Network for a free guide. We produce your audiobook with professional voice actors and engineers, and then sell your audiobook on Amazon, Audible, and Apple iTunes.
Call Audiobook Network at 800-495-1223. Call today, 800-495-1223.
Florida police reported on Thursday that a shooting on a public transit bus left 2 people dead and 2 others injured. After the shooting, the bus came to a stop in the parking lot of the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, injuring an additional 3 people who were treated on the scene. Authorities said a suspect is in custody. A second COVID-19 booster may be recommended for senior citizens.
Americans 65 years and older may be recommended to get a second COVID-19 booster to further protect them from the virus. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki addressing whether President Biden has gotten a second booster.
He has not done that. If the CDC recommends it, he would get another booster. They have not.
Both Pfizer and Moderna are requesting the FDA approve their request for a second COVID-19 booster for the elderly population that's the highest risk for the coronavirus. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Sleep experts are disagreeing with the U.S. Senate about daylight saving time. The Senate passed a bill on Tuesday that would do away with changing clocks twice a year and make daylight saving time permanent. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine is against the bill. It issued a statement saying while it agrees with stopping the seasonal time change, the Senate should be making standard time permanent instead because of numerous scientific and public health reasons. The bill now goes to the House. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment. for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
You know you were singing along, right? I heard you. There, I was just piecing together the story out of Texas. And what they call the rest of the story. It was a 13-year-old behind the wheel, driving that truck that veered into the bus full of golfers, USW golfers, killing himself, his father, 6 of the students, and their coach. 13-year-old Ricky Siemens and his father, 38-year-old Heinrich Siemens, were among the 9 who died in Tuesday's crash. Now, they say the tributes coming as a friend of the family revealed that Ricky had accidentally burned down the family home Christmas time. Accidentally, completely destroyed the property. Just before Christmas, the house burned down. Apparently, the 13-year-old was making eggs and forgot about them on the stove or something. And Heinrich was a father of 5. His family's part of the Mennonite church. But they now say the youngster was driving the family's Dodge pickup when the front left tire, which was a spare tire, blew out as it hurtled down the flat Texas road at a high rate of speed, causing it to cross the center line into the oncoming traffic, slamming into the bus. All right, so first of all, those little donut tires, those spare tires, we know, says very clearly, you're not supposed to exceed, 50 miles per hour in them? And they're not made to be driven on for any extended period of time. I mean, the idea of that spare donut is just, if you have a blowout on the highway or whatever, just to get you to the nearest repair location or get you home. So, I can't help but question, how long has the spare tire been on there? And again, what was the 13-year-old doing behind the wheel to begin with? I believe the legal age to drive is 15 for a learner's permit, and then 16 to be licensed in the state of Texas. Somewhere, I believe I read that. Okay, but what a tragedy. Yeah, let's get back to our calls here on a Friday morning. Hope you had a good St. Patty's Day, all right? See what's going on with Big Sexy this morning. What do you say, Big Sexy?
Well, not much out here fighting this rain. You're talking about that fog. We're a little south of where that was at, but it was that way here yesterday morning. You couldn't already see a vehicle in front of you.
Really?
In places, especially over closer to, as I got closer to the Mississippi River, that part of my route, it got worse. So, and that where that's at would be close to the river up there,
Uh-huh.
So I can imagine what it was like up there. That fire in Jonesboro, when I went by there tonight going in, there's still fire trucks, a couple of fire trucks there, still. So they said they'd probably be there a while. But that's I know just taking one factory out is just, I know they make the products at other factories too, but that's got a lot of our shelves are already empty on some of that stuff that they produce.
Oh, yeah, the pizzas and whatnot.
Stouffer's, the Tombstones, the Journos.
Yep.
Lean Cuisine, they make all that there. Of course, I know they probably got other factories that make it too, but, still yet. A lot of the shelves are already empty. And then you got that fire at that distribution center. That doesn't help. So there may be some shortages.
I would say no doubt, yeah, because the frozen foods aisle. You see empty spots. Last time we placed an order at Kroger for the pickup, and wife had ordered a couple of Tombstone pizzas. They substituted with Jack's, Jack's Pizza.
Yeah, yeah. My grandson he loves them Tombstone pepperoni's all he'll eat, but he loves them pepperoni Tombstone pizzas.
Mm-hmm.
We have to keep those in the freezer for him. But yeah, you take that out of the, just in time, the way they do things nowadays, a hiccup can cause a problem. And they said, I don't know how long it'll be before they get that back up and going. They did, like you said, they did say they were going to pay their employees. Okay. And that factory employs like 785 people. So that will help. Well, I'll back out of here and listen to the rest of the show.
Well, thanks for the update, and be safe out there. You're playing in the rain. I'm looking at the radar here, and yeah, you've got rain from Jonesboro, rain moving into Memphis now. Looks like most of the rain now east of Little Rock, but on down into southeastern portions of Arkansas, you get rain. Mississippi, the rains now through moving into central Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, heavy rains. Right there along the Mississippi-Louisiana line, Natchez, Louisiana, on down to just north of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Heavy rains. Soggy night out there in the south once again. Let's see what's happening with Eagle this Friday morning. Hello, Eagle.
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you. What's up?
Hello? Okay. Yeah, I wanted to talk about some things tonight, Steve. Some more interesting things going on with Vladimir. First thing I want to say is that he made some comments today. Yeah, did you hear the latest comments that he made? He said today that he wanted to exterminate some people.
Oh, yeah?
Now, who he talking to, I don't know. You didn't hear him say that?
I know. I saw a headline that he actually made some sort of a threat to the United States, but I hadn't got to the full story.
Yeah. It was basically a threat that the United States, better not get involved in the situation, or he was going to unleash. Like I told you, Steve, this guy here, I talked to another truck driver on the CB radio. I heard somebody call in last night and say they disagreed with me on how to handle this thing. And, like I said, I never said nothing about putting boots on the ground military people. But I said that the United States, they need to have a strike on Russia. Some type of strike to let Putin know that, hey, you're not the only one with weapons, my man. You're not the only one that has nuclear weapons. We got them ourselves. Apparently, that's what Vladimir thinks. But like I say, this guy here is a former KGB agent. He's heartless. You know, some people even say, I'm not going to even get into the Bible and all of that, Steve, but Putin, you know, some people say that there's things in the Bible about this individual. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to read up on it. But like I say, this guy here, he needs to be stopped. Unfortunately, we have when I say weak, I do mean weak. Joe Biden as a president, man. He's a sad guy. It's really bad how far he's took it. And then for him to get on, like I say, I don't have no problem with the U.S. sending these people money, Steve, and so they can, so they can buy guns and tanks and all that, protect their city. But I don't believe that. I believe that eventually, like I say, the U.S. is going to have to get involved because Putin, he's already calling on the Chinese to help him out. And like I said, I think it's just a matter of time. The Chinese, like you said last night, Steve, the Chinese are trying to play both ends of the stick. They want to work with the Russian government, with Putin on one end, and then the other end they want to play with the U.S. and act like they want to be on the good side. So they basically in between, and they trying to make up their mind who they going to go with. And I believe before it's all said and done, they're going to end up going with Russia. When it's all said and done, they're going to take their side of the deal. Now, let me say one thing right quick, Steve, before I get back to Russia one more time, about the coronavirus. I don't know if you heard the latest news, Steve. It's just a matter of time. They already got the Hong Kong shut down. Maybe you can look it up during your break.
Right.
The Hong Kong shut down for an outbreak of coronavirus. There's a new variant out there, another variant. I remember I told you a couple of months ago we were talking about all these different variants. Well, apparently there's another coronavirus out there. I don't know what the hell it's called, but I believe it's just a matter of time before it gets back to the United States. Like I said, because they won't do the right thing. They won't shut these planes down. They won't stop people from coming into the U.S. So it's just a matter of time before this new variant enters into the U.S. And then we might be going through. That's why I tell people it's not over. Down here in Texas where I'm at, Steve, people talking about, you remember what happened with the virus? I'm glad we free again. It's been 2 years of pure hell, and now I can go about doing my life and like the normal. But I keep trying to tell people, hey, you better watch what you say, my man, because I don't think this coronavirus thing is over by no means. We'll see what happens. But yeah, maybe you could try to look up what the hell this new variant is called. And I don't even know what. Like I say, I think it's coming from China. But maybe you can look that up and see what's going on.
It's just another situation. It's another mutation of the Omicron, Eagle. They're calling it Omicron 2.0. Yeah, but we dealt with the Omicron. Now it's the original Omicron was called BA1. Now it's Omicron BA2, which. Yeah, you're right. The media is already trying to prepare us for going backwards, more restrictions in the coming days and weeks. Another wave is going to sweep the United States. Let me take you to, from MSN. A surge in COVID infections in Western Europe has experts and health authorities on alert for another wave in the United States. Even as most of the country's now done away with restrictions. Closely watching this new subvariant of Omicron, which they say appears to be even more transmissible than the original Omicron. Now, the original Omicron, recall, it was 10 times more transmissible than the Delta. How does it get even more transmissible? What to know about as in boy, BA2, the new version of Omicron. There's Germany, a nation of 83 million people, saw more than 250,000 new cases and 249 deaths on Friday. The nation's situation, they say, is critical. The country's allowing most of the COVID restrictions to end on Sunday. Despite the increase, Britain had a 7-day average of 65, almost 66,000 cases as of Sunday. According to the Johns Hopkins Research Center, the Netherlands, home to less than 18 million people, is averaging more than 60,000 cases. In all, about a dozen nations are seeing spikes in the new variant. It's the cousin of Omicron 1, the one that tore through the United States over the past 3 months. So, yeah, it's just round and round we go. But we did learn that the shutdowns, the stay-home orders, and all those restrictions did not ultimately decrease the number of infections or the number of deaths, according to the Centers for Disease Control. Their own statistics here in the United States. Don't be going back to that mentality. But that, though, we get a quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, it's almost 3:30 in the morning in Hagerstown, Maryland, and Jay Bird's up. What's up, Jay?
How's it going, Steve? Congratulations on your new gig.
Yeah, hanging with him. Well, it's good to hear from you. So, yeah, you got there on Wednesday, and so how's things going? What have you seen?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you're seeing on the news now because I haven't watched any, but what I've seen is you got a whole lot of patriotic Americans there that are tired of their freedoms being taken away and want to let everybody in Washington know about it. I mean, that's what I'm seeing, and they come from all different walks of life. They've got all different stories. I mean, just gut-wrenching stories to tell you. I mean, just people come from a long way. One guy's come from as far away as Alaska and lost his business up there during the pandemic and shut down and all. But I think there's even a couple that are from different places around the world that are there. I haven't met any yet, but there's a couple people that's not from the United States that are also there. But it's just people that realize that their freedoms are being taken away. I mean, we all know that they're being taken away, and you either got to make a stand, or we can lay down and let this keep happening. Just like this new variant's coming out. What are we going to do? We're going to shut down again.
Right.
What are you going to do? Start dictating to what people can and can't do, with their businesses. And I think the Emergency Powers Act was extended until April the 1st. I mean, is this going to go on into in perpetuity or what? I don't know.
So they're still holding like what? Like an evening meeting and whatnot that they tell you what the plans are for what the upcoming day. Are they planning to do another loop here Friday, or have they said anything?
Well, you usually don't know exactly what we're going to do until the morning meeting. We have a morning meeting and an evening meeting, and of course, the morning meeting will be at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll be making a loop or doing different things now. We're kind of switching some things up, but I'm sure the convoy will roll tomorrow. They don't like rolling when it's raining, because the first thing the media is going to do, bobtails, first of all, that's probably one of the most dangerous situations is bobtailing, and you throw a wet road out there. But if accidents were to occur, who are they going to blame? The driver.
Right,
so
right.
The guys the ones that organize the convoy, they're all about safety, all about doing everything by the law, not breaking the law. So you want the public on your side. You're not wanting to turn them against you. And of course, the media, if you start having accidents, whose fault would it be? It would be the convoy's fault. But actually, the DC Metro Police is causing a lot of issues because they're blocking off exits now, and the trucks don't even have any intentions on getting off on those exits to go into town. But they're doing everything they can to keep us out of town. And 13 trucks, I believe it was yesterday. I lose track of my days. But,
Wednesday, I think it was.
Into town. Right. And so I think 3 or 4 of them actually made it down into downtown, but they were going to commemorate the 13 soldiers that were lost in Afghanistan. And it's just, you're meeting resistance everywhere you go, and everything we're doing is legal, and the things we want to do are legal, but we can't do it.
Wow.
They're just saying we can't do it. That's just all there is to it.
So based on what you've seen, I know you've only been there a couple of days, does everyone appear, all the people appear to be standing is there a fraction? Because I know you had the People's Convoy, which had, I think, Brian Brass was like the lead guy. Then some of the various freedom convoys have come in and kind of joined in there. Are they fractured? Because I'm reading stories from some that are just writing that the group is fracturing, they're falling apart, blah, blah, blah. Is that all just media lies?
That's all media lies. And I'm not going to say completely, I don't know, but anytime you get a group of people together, there's always going to be some different. Everybody, well, like your radio show, everybody can call you and tell you 100 different ways to do it better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But everybody is united. And if you don't believe it, all you got to do is show up for a morning or an afternoon meeting. And but it's a united front. But there are some who want to do things a little different, things like that. But there's no fracturing that I'm aware of. I mean, everybody's there putting their differences aside, and we've all got the common cause of the main thing for it. You can't address everything that's being taken away from us. You can't address every issue that's going on. But the main thing is we got to end the mandates, all federal mandates, and we've got to end the Emergency Powers Act, period. And that's a start, and that's, you got to start somewhere. But that's something that I don't care if you're on the left, if you're on the right, what color you are, what religion you are,
Sure.
if you're straight, if you're gay. If you believe in your freedoms, you got to stand up. It's time to do something. Or we can just keep sitting and bitching and whining and moaning about it, and it ain't nothing going to get done. We're going to look around, and our grandkids aren't going to grow up, at least in some form of the freedom we have. And that's why I'm here. I'm here for my grandchildren. And that's exactly why I'm here.
Yeah, and you're not even driving truck anymore. You stopped driving, a few years ago, right?
No, I actually went back on the road.
Oh, okay.
I've run 2 trips from North Carolina to New York City a week. Yeah,
okay.
So, yeah, I'm back on the road full time. I mean, I've been wide open, and I wanted to call earlier, but I've been running pretty hard for 3 weeks before I got here, and I tell you, when we get back to the room, we're wore out. I mean, it's just an emotional, it's physical wore out and emotionally wore out. I mean, there's a lot to it. I mean, you just hear these stories, but you can just feel all the love. It's nothing but love. I'm telling you, it really is nothing but love and peace. I mean, and I said, me and a friend of mine was talking, and when this all first got started, I started following this whole convoy thing before it even got to Ottawa. Mm-hmm. When I started following it up in Canada, and of course, I followed it the whole time it went through Canada. And I've had friends ask me, "Are you going to get in? Are you going to get involved to do something in the United States?" I said, "Well, as long as they'll keep it in the spirit of Canada and these other convoys that have gone on around the world, and not make it a trucker issue, trucker strike kind of a thing." And I think that's where some of the differences kind of came in, is since we're going to be doing this, the truckers need to bring, it ain't about fuel prices. It's not about fuel. This is about doctors, nurses. I mean, you would be surprised. I mean, there's a lot of nurses that are there that have lost their jobs. They want to end the medical mandates. You've got teachers there. I mean, you just got people from all walks of life. You've got doctors that are representing the Children's Health Defense. There's 2 or 3 different organizations that are tied in together with it. And these doctors are going, you remember the doctors that went into D.C.? These aren't the same doctors, but they're the same type of doctors that when all this first started and they were talking about the different treatments, and then they were laughed at, then taken off of social media about I can't remember the
ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, any of those things, yeah.
Right. So these are doctors along the same lines, and so when they go to meet with these senators and meeting with them, they're bringing the facts with them. Of course, the media and all don't want to hear the facts, but there's a lot of shenanigans going on with this thing, Steve. We know that, but a lot of things are going to have to change in this country, and I didn't serve, and that was one of my biggest regrets in life, was that I did not serve in the military. I wish I had it now, and since I didn't, I'm going to serve now. I'm going to fight now, and it takes a lot of us. I mean, I don't understand all my friends, people I know, people who are, and I know everybody can't be here, but there are a lot more people that could be here. If it ain't to do anything but show up for one day, make one lap around that beltway, and let your head count. Just be a part of the head count. There's power in numbers. Here's a movement that people are trying to get started, and it's not going to it hasn't gained any traction. It's got no mainstream media attention, hardly at all, with the Ukraine thing going on. And I hate it for the people in Ukraine. That's a whole different issue. But I mean, I don't like seeing people being used as political pawns, just being blown apart in the streets. But we got some problems right here at home we need to take care of right now. And sometimes the guy used toward an analogy when you're on an airplane, what they tell you, if the mask come down, you put your mask on first so you can help somebody else. You can't help somebody else until you help yourself first, and that's where we're at now in America. We've got to worry about us. We got to clean our house up, and we as the citizens love freedom in this country. We have got to get involved, and especially at the local levels, at the city council, the Board of Education. That's where it really counts, but yeah, everybody's united that I'm seeing. I haven't heard any arguing or bickering, but anything like that. I mean, it's a united front.
So as far as the numbers that are there, I haven't seen any recent days. Still a large number of people, and like you just arrived on Wednesday. Are there still people coming in, joining in at any given time, new truck drivers and things like that?
Well, you've got some come, some go. It's kind of a fluid thing. There's some that have been there since the get-go and have come all the way across from the West Coast, from the California convoy, and even the one that come across the northern part. I'm terrible at guessing numbers, but I would have to guess there's probably, I'd say at least 700 people there actually at the speedway on a fairly consistent basis. And I'm guessing now, and I would say probably 100 trucks total, bobtails, trucks with trailers and things like that, and maybe around 300 cars or so. But it's pretty good crowd. And then you have those that show up during the day that are locals or just show up for that day, and they may only participate one day. But I think we actually got here Monday night, and I was wanting to get here Monday afternoon. So Tuesday, what I did is we spent the day being a runner, volunteering to go run and get supplies, things, this and that. And then Wednesday is when I actually participated for the first time, was Wednesday morning. So I actually went down into D.C. and they sent all the four-wheelers down into D.C. because the day before on Tuesday, there was somebody was pulled over for simply having a flag. They got stopped in D.C. for having a flag, thinking they were a part of the Freedom Convoy. So the following day, that's when all of us in four-wheelers finally went down there with flags on every vehicle and just rode around D.C. I rode around the Capitol building, went by the White House, the Lincoln Memorial, things like that. Just riding around, just flying our flag, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been an experience. It has really been an experience. But I will say that I'm just a little disappointed that more people just aren't showing up. I mean, showing up and showing out, and that's what it takes. And if you can't be here, and I understand everybody can't be here, I understand that, but figure something out to do around in your hometown or your state capital, but do something. We can't just sit around and not do anything anymore, Steve. It's got to do something. I know we go to vote, but we see how the vote went. So when your vote don't count no more, what are you going to do? There's a lot that has to be done. And I don't know, we're in a lot of trouble. We are in, and this isn't just a United States thing. It's freedom-loving people around the world. Look at Australia, look at New Zealand, look at the UK, look at all of these countries that are free for the most part, like we are. Freedom is what's under attack, and it's a worldwide attack. It's not just an American or a Canadian. This people who love freedom around the world are losing those freedoms because we know we've got a handful of elites that want to put us all in chains and rule the world.
Yep.
That's just the bottom line. That's the way I see it anyhow.
All right. Well, I appreciate you giving us the update. Well, yeah, we had a special guest first couple hours anyway, so I don't know if you were snoozing at the time, but you timed it well to get through this morning.
I actually set my clock so I could be up at least by 12:30 by the time if I had drifted off by the time you finished the weather. And I forgot to hit save so the clock didn't go off, and I happened to wake up and I started cussing myself out. So I told, I intended to call you each day I was here and at least give you an eyewitness report.
Yep.
On what was going on. So, but it's been a really great experience, And I was going to go to a poker tournament up in upstate New York. I was going to stay here for a couple of days, go to upstate New York, play in a couple of events up there at Turning Stone, and then come back. And I've decided I don't know when I'm going home. I'm going to go home, but I canceled that out, and I'm going to stay here until I feel like I've done what I can do, and then I'll leave.
How about that? Okay, that's interesting.
Right now.
Well, feel free to give us an update any chance you get the opportunity there, Jay, if you're up late and whatnot, and we'll look forward to hearing from you.
I will, Steve. Maybe I'll be a little prepared on the next one, but I did want to at least call you and let you know what was going on.
Oh, hey, well, that was a good update. That's more than we've got thus far. All right, we're a little behind, though. We'll be back after the break.
USA Radio News.
The Canadian government announced it's dropping the requirement for vaccinated travelers to show a negative COVID-19 test result to enter the country. Tests will no longer be needed starting April 1st. Currently, fully vaccinated travelers entering Canada must present proof of a negative result from a professionally administered antigen test. Gas prices are slowly moving in reverse. AAA reports the national average price for regular gas is down 2 cents to $4.28 per gallon. That's the lowest price in more than a week, but prices are still more than $5 a gallon out west. The statewide average is $5.02 a gallon in Nevada, $5.12 in Hawaii, and $5.78 in California. You're listening to USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, overnighttdriveradio.com, tncradio.live. See here, coming up 5 o'clock Eastern Time. It's Friday morning, so that means Marcia Campbell, Nashville sweetheart, right? She'll be reflecting back, I'm not exactly sure which year. Last week it was 1985. But she'll be going back in time. Memories. The music. All right. And, of course, looking forward to the Mid-America Truck Show Louisville coming up next week. And we're excited to be back at Matt's after the cancellation in 2020-21. Stop by our booth number 16067 in the North Wing this time around. And our friends over at Bostrom want you to get excited, too. Bostrom Seating, Bostrom and National Seating, as we're offering up one of the Bostrom Wide Ride plus Certa seats to one lucky listener to the program. You can register now at overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contest. It'll take you right there. Valued at $1,800. We've got 2 additional seats that will be given away there at the show in Louisville. That will include, what do we have here? We got a Bostrom Pro Ride truck seat with the Hipro 915 air suspension, high back, the air lumbar, dual armrests. That'll be in the black ultra leather. And we've got a National Seating, one of the Corsair seats, with the Hipro 95 air suspension. Got the dual wide armrests, Raven Wing, black and gray ultra leather. And you'll see them on display there. On display, actually, we'll be using them. We'll be sitting in those seats as we interview folks and whatnot at the booth. That's the plan anyway. Yeah, they're from our booth in Louisville, broadcasting live, noon to 5, Thursday and Friday, 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. on Saturday. Now, the show hours itself, Thursday, they call it a VIP session, a session from 10 a.m. till 1. So overall, doors open to the general public from 1 till 6, I believe it is. Then Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturday, 9 a.m. and wraps things up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So if you're planning to just come down for your Saturday, maybe, it's crazy every year. There's actually people standing in line to get their badge, like just arriving at the show at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. And I'm like, people, you realize the show closes in 2 hours. You're not going to see much in 2 hours' time. And if you come down for all 3 days, actually, if you spend a lot of time mulling around one particular booth, you won't even have the opportunity to see the entire show. But looking forward to seeing some of our friends there in Louisville for the Mid-America Truck Show. I don't know if I would consider it good news. On the surface, it sounds like Vladimir Putin is almost seeing the handwriting on the wall. Things have not gone the way he anticipated from day one of this invasion. The resistance from the Ukrainian fighters and the Ukrainian people, much greater than they ever anticipated. The loss of Russian armaments, tanks, the number of planes shot down, personnel's dead, and the 40-mile convoy that's been stuck. Everything across the country, according to military experts, has pretty much come to a stall. They're not making any progress on any fronts. Vladimir Putin called his Turkish counterpart Erdogan this past day, using that conversation, they say, to lay out Moscow's demands and what their conditions for a peace deal with Ukraine would be. The BBC's World Affairs director subsequently spoke with Erdogan's top advisor and spokesman, who was part of the small group listening into the phone call, and he spelled out what Putin's demands included. He said the demands basically broke down to 2 different categories. The first, appearing to be pretty simple, at least on the face. And that would include acceptance by Ukraine that it ought to remain a neutral entity, not apply for NATO membership. Now, that seems pretty easy because just the day before, Zelensky actually stated that he has conceded that very point, that we're not going to be able to become a NATO member. Now, things get a little more difficult here. Ukraine must go through a disarmament process so as to not pose a threat to Russia. Now, honestly, Vladimir, I don't think they were ever the threat. They're just looking to defend themselves. The threat has always come from Russia toward them. I sure as hell don't see Ukraine agreeing to give up all their weapons and armaments, and actually with all the world theater, all the nations that are now rushing additional weapons into that country for a defensive purpose. That's going to be a tough one. Now, number 3, there must be protection for the Russian language in Ukraine. And then there's this. There must be denazification, as Putin has referred to the Ukraine as a Nazi country. Now, that last point comes with some complications, according to the BBC, now that Zelensky himself, Jewish, with relatives, kin who died in the Holocaust, for crying out loud, he takes offense at any suggestion that Ukraine is a Nazi country or has Nazi inclinations. But the BBC report said Turkish officials nonetheless see this as a kind of a relatively simple thing to sort out, maybe by having Ukraine issue a blanket statement deploring and discouraging all neo-Nazism, even though they're not. As for the second category of demands that Putin made, reportedly said it was likely that he'd have to talk face-to-face with Zelensky. Now, Zelensky's already indicated a willingness to do that. But if getting those two leaders to the table seems workable, the issues they would confront are bound to be a whole lot more complex. While less specific regards these tougher demands, they said the statues of Donbas in eastern Ukraine, where factions have already broken away and sought alignment with Moscow. Likewise, Crimea's status would also be on the table. So I don't know. Kalin did, in talking with the BBC, this is Erdogan's spokesman, the guy that was on the call. He addressed reports that Putin is ill or maybe mentally unbalanced. He said, I didn't detect anything to support any claims like that from this phone call. Putin has apparently been very, very clear and very concise in everything he said. Now, Ukraine, totally separate story. It's not looking good for Putin. They have to sustain the ability of their forces to continue fighting effectively and counterattacking to regain some of their lost territory if they're going to hold out against the Russians. But Zelensky's troops are now mobilizing new forces in the West with modern weapons provided by those Western countries. And those are being sent to reinforce the likes of Odessa or Kiev rapidly. This guy, Mr. Bronx, a leading military expert in air power and technology, went on to say that Ukraine must sustain morale of the troops and the people and ensure Western military and other assistance continues to flow in the country. Russian forces are in a dangerous position, he says, which is going to deteriorate in the coming weeks without a major pause in fighting, meaning it's vital for the Ukrainians to continue to battle hard. In contrast, he said, Russians are likely to attempt three options, one of them being driving northwards from Melitopol towards Dnipro to meet with a thrust southward from Kharkiv at the same time. The second would be Russians will continue bombardments of Mariupol, Kharkiv, and other smaller cities, while the third is that they will carry on attempting to encircle and bypass Kyiv in the south. He did say that there are parts of Ukraine right now that are beyond Russia's capacity to influence or even regain forever. He said Putin now needs his forces to achieve something that he can sell to his own people to make it look like a victory that would be worth the huge cost, the loss of life that's already taken place. So again, that's one analyst making it sound like Putin's kind of getting backed into a corner here. Not good. Let's see, Friday morning, Gilligan.
Well, good morning, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. Well, I'm going to touch on something I haven't heard brought up anywhere really yet. They keep on booster shot on this coronavirus. I'm wondering if these boosters could not end up kind of like antibiotics. If you continue to take antibiotics, they lose their effectiveness. Like painkillers. You keep taking painkillers. They do not have the same effectiveness. I'm wondering if these booster shots won't do the same thing. Have you heard any studies along those lines?
I could answer that question right here, right now. The fourth coronavirus vaccine, according to the study out of Jerusalem, has shown little protection, if any, against the coronavirus. Study released by Sheba Medical Center, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, looking at the efficacy of the fourth vaccine from Pfizer and Moderna. The interim results show that the vaccine offers little to no protection against contracting the virus when compared to young, healthy individuals that have already received the first 3 doses. It did give some moderate protection against symptomatic infection among young and healthy individuals in comparison to those that have already had the first 3 shots. I mean, yeah, this is shot number 4. It's not, according to the research, not showing a whole lot of promise to do any good.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. I thought I'd heard something along those lines. Maybe you reported it. All right, well, now for tonight's edition of How to Spot Your Favorite Cartoon Character at the Truck Show. Well, our cue for tonight is none other than Hillbilly Tex, and Heat Wave's going to make a surprise appearance. Well, Hillbilly Tex will be easy to spot. He will be there on his golf cart with his 10-gallon hat and a pair of Brady panties hanging from his CB antenna. Now, if you can probably hear his radio, as long as he is alone, he will have them old trucking favorites that Horse Feather speaks of so fondly, and all of us have listened to. If the big moose is with him, he might be strumming his guitar, playing his favorite hippie songs, Yellow Submarine. If you're going to San Francisco, wear some flowers in your hair and stuff. Well, now we'll move on to Heat Wave. Heat Wave actually became part of the GMA Enterprises group. He is now an investigative reporter for GMA Enterprises. The Sex Maniac cannot take it because he's going to be doing a couple of appearances in the Louisville area as an Elvis impersonator. Heat Wave will be easy to spot. You'll hear him speak to Sunday. Good evening or good afternoon, Senor, Senorita, just being cordial, a very nice man. But the reason he will really stick out as an investigative reporter, he will have a Brownie box camera in one hand and a reel-to-reel recorder in the other. Yes, GMA Enterprises sends our people out with the up-to-date technology we can find in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. My last report at the beginning of the week will be on none other than Fly Rod, Mug Nut Louie, and Dimebag Debbie. That's got to be a group all to itself, because I don't think I want to group that group with any others. That is about as big a scoundrel as we have. And thank you for taking my call.
Thank you. We'll look forward to that. Hey, news update time, final hour. Just ahead on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Drug maker Moderna has asked the Food and Drug Administration to authorize a fourth shot of its COVID-19 vaccine as a booster dose for all adults. The request Thursday is broader than rival pharmaceutical company Pfizer's request earlier this week for the regulator to approve a booster shot for all seniors. A WNBA star will be staying much longer in a Russian jail.
Russia's state-run media has said American women's basketball star Brittany Griner's weeks-long detention in Moscow has now been extended for another 2 months. The 31-year-old WNBA All-Star has been in custody since she was arrested at Moscow airport last month for having THC vape cartridges in her luggage. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Amazon has closed its $8.5 billion acquisition of Hollywood studio MGM. This is USA Radio News.
Have you or someone you know used heartburn medications Zantac or ranitidine and been diagnosed with cancer? Zantac and ranitidine have been positively linked to cancer. According to the FDA, Zantac and ranitidine contain NDMA, a known cancer-causing agent. NDMA has been positively linked to cancers of the bladder, pancreas, esophagus, liver, and stomach. Even in single doses and in smaller doses over time, NDMA is one of the strongest proven cancer-causing agents. Call 888-960-1233 or go to ZantacMoney.com. You may be entitled to substantial compensation without going to court if you or a loved one have taken these products in the past 10 years and been diagnosed with cancer. Call now to see if you qualify for free. Call 888-960-1233 or visit ZantacMoney.com to get what may be owed to you. You may be entitled to a cash reward. Find out now at ZantacMoney.com or call 888-960-1233 to see if you qualify for free.
One congressional leader wants to hear from energy big shots.
The Senate Majority Leader says U.S. oil executives will soon be called to Capitol Hill. New York Democrat Chuck Schumer says U.S. oil companies are enjoying an avalanche of cash while drivers continue to suffer. He notes the gas prices should be dropping as global oil prices decline. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A 13-year-old was at the wheel of the pickup truck that swerved in front of a van carrying the University of the Southwest men and women's golf teams, killing 9 people, including the underage driver. The National Transportation Safety Board said 2 remain in critical condition at a Texas hospital. The Chicago Tribune reports a retired Cook County judge is among more than 100 people arrested by investigators in Central Florida as part of a 6-day undercover human trafficking campaign. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
U.S. stocks rallied for a third consecutive day as investors warmed up to the Federal Reserve's long-anticipated move to hike short-term interest rates for the first time in 3 years. The S&P 500 climbed 1.2%, logging its first 3-day winning streak since February 2nd. The Dow Jones Industrial Average advanced 1.2%, also notching its first 4-day rally in 6 weeks. A Supreme Court nomination hearing will heat up in D.C. next week.
At her Senate confirmation hearing next week, Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson will immediately face calls to recuse herself from one of her first major cases she would hear as a justice, a challenge to Harvard University's use of race as a factor in undergraduate admissions. Jackson, an alumna of Harvard College and Harvard Law School, currently sits on the university's board of overseers that provides counsel to the university's leadership on priorities, plans, and strategic initiatives. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Pizza chain Papa John's is facing heavy criticism on social media after a U.S. franchise operator in Russia refused to close 190 stores. The operator, Christopher Wynn, told the New York Times he won't close the pizza shops controlled by his company. He said, quote, "The best thing I can do is show compassion for the people, my employees, and customers without judging them because of the politicians in power," unquote. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Final hour off and rolling. Happy Friday, by the way. Hope everybody made it safely through St. Patty's Day, right? That green beer. Did you hear the numbers? They reported the amount of Guinness consumed on St. Patty's Day. I consumed no Guinness. None. Not one. Hey, quickly getting back to Gilligan's first question, though, about are these... why do we keep going? Another shot, another booster. We already knew the existing vaccines were not really having much of an effect on the initial variant of Omicron. Have they yet had... there's no way they've even had time to test the newest variant, the Omicron 2.2. But with what they do have, the director of the Infection Prevention and Control Unit at Sheba Medical Center, the head researcher of the study, noted in terms of effectiveness of the fourth vaccine against infection, both the Pfizer and Moderna, they found that the infection rates among vaccinated individuals were just slightly lower than those in the control group. Now, they call that statistically insignificant. It should be emphasized, they say, the third dose is extremely important for anyone who has not yet contracted COVID-19. So if you haven't actually had COVID and you've had like shots 1 and 2, I guess the third shot is beneficial. The fourth dose, probably just important for those people that have additional risk factors that might protect them against serious illness. Now, this particular study, they said, adding to a series of studies, the goal of providing a scientific basis for managing a pandemic that has wreaked havoc around the globe for, 2.5 darn years now. Statistically insignificant, though. Okay. It was kind of a hot situation, a semi leaving a trail of hot sauce in its wake in Indiana this past day. Exit 19 off the on-ramp to I-65, according to WLKY, the tanker truck began leaking hot sauce as it entered the interstate. The township fire department was able to obtain and contain the spill while a second truck arrived to offload what was still in the tanker. Apparently, they say no environmental damage or traffic incidents as a result of that spill, but you get the footage, hot sauce all running down the side of the highway. All right, get back to your calls here on our final hour. All right, I guess we lost Philip there. He held for a while and couldn't hang forever. Let's go to High Tech, I believe it is. Morning, High Tech.
This is High Pressure.
High Pressure. I apologize. All right. What's going on, High Pressure?
Hey, not much. That was a great bird's eye view from that gentleman from Hagerstown. From
Jay. Mm-hmm.
That was more than you're getting from the YouTube. I don't know if you saw my email I sent you.
Yeah, where Saznak actually read the email. You sent me the link. I haven't listened back to it yet, but so he actually read that, and you said he mentioned, I guess, listening to my dad. I had heard him previously in another interview mention that he participated in the boycott in Indiana all those years ago, and they were successful there.
Yeah, he spoke of you and spoke of your dad. And he said he's going to get that. Hopefully, follows through. He said he's going to get that info to Brian or Mike or whatever. Someone needs to come onto the show, which they need to, because they're not going to get no coverage from Fox or nobody else. They're not going to get nothing.
So, any updates on? I mean, I think it was Horse Feathers shared me the TikTok video. Where, like they were saying, they had certain, they almost say they had stopped the convoy, and I heard the officer trying to converse with some of the drivers, and they were saying, well, why can't we go down this route? And they said, well, it's a new restriction. It's a new restriction that's been put in place, that's been implemented. You know what that's all about, or no?
They're the officers' superiors are just making up rules that they're not allowed down this road. They're not allowed down this road, even though they are. They're just making up rules. The officers are just doing their job.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are even giving the convoys thumbs up and stuff, but they're just following their marching orders.
Okay. So it almost sounds like the Metro Police are kind of trying to make it more difficult with each passing day for the convoy to do what they're legally allowed to do.
Exactly, and it was reported. It came out of the DC Metro Police's superiors that if more time goes by and they keep hanging around, that they will step it up a notch, which they don't know. They don't know if that means they're going to falsely start arresting them or stuff like that. They're just waiting to see what happens with that.
Okay. Now I saw a report where that they're threatening to block convoy participants and start making arrests. I don't know. Are they heading down the path trying to do like Ottawa did?
Right. Possibly. It's corrupt hatred in the government.
Mm-hmm.
But you got a quick minute for a Friday funny?
Absolutely.
All right. This is leading into the week of the truck show. I'm gonna have to use a couple of cartoon characters, so Lord, I apologize, but it's Friday evening after the show's over. People are back at their hotels and relaxing, and you got a group of three gentlemen in the hot tub and enjoying the relaxing evening.
Mm-hmm.
You got heat wave, you got horse feathers, then you got Mr. Steve Sommers. They're sitting there just in the hot tub. All of a sudden, you hear beep beep, beep beep. Heat wave lifts his arm up, looks at it, and puts it down. And horse feathers, and Steve looking at him, and he goes, "Oh, I had a beeper installed in my arm. It's a lot more convenient." So they're just sitting there. All of a sudden, they hear ring, 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 ring. They're sitting there, and horse feathers lifts his hand up, looks at his palm, pushes a button, and speaks into his palm and says, "I'll have to call you back. Thank you." And he pushes the button, and they're looking at him. He lifts his hand. "Oh, I had a cell phone implanted in my hand. A lot more convenient." So they're just sitting there, and Steve's just an old boy from Cincinnati. He's not very technologically and he's sitting there. Steve gets up out of the hot tub and goes to use the restroom, and he's walking back, and he's got a trail of toilet paper hanging from his britches, and he says, "Oh, I must be receiving a fax."
Have a good morning, High Pressure. Had a good weekend. Thanks for checking in. That would be quite the scene there, huh? All right, I've not yet had the opportunity, but I will, following the program, take a listen back to Dan Bongino was this past day talking about the convoy. The headline says, "What happened to the truckers yesterday?" I just shared the link via my Facebook page. Yeah, this show, he said, what they did to the truckers in D.C. yesterday was a disgrace. In this episode, I address the scandal. I also discuss an Axios piece about a concerning mass migration, and it talks about the latest developments out of Ukraine. So again, I just shared that, and I'll be kind of tuning in, see what he had to say about the truckers' convoy this past day. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here on a Friday morning. Always moving. How we doing this morning?
Well, gosh, and Begorra, Steve,
Did you get a fax during that break?
Right. Oh, boy. This awful late night hour for you to be chiming in, isn't it?
I stayed late at work and sat constant, and lovely people that were homeless, and I sat with them, and I'm sitting there talking to them. They're absolutely delightful, and I just thought, how do you fight your way out of that? Once you get homeless, how do you get out of that? Just really, really a tough situation, and absolutely. I would have, I don't know. I didn't see how, I don't know what happened. I didn't ask. But we were watching March Madness on TV, and just lovely. And a gentleman was from my area where I was born and raised. And so we were able to talk about a lot of things, talk a lot about the tornado and stuff in Xenia in 1974. And stuff. So anyway, yeah. So I stayed late, but I got to tell you, driving home right now, it is like daylight out here.
Mm-hmm.
The full moon, and I believe it's a worm full moon, something like that.
Correct. Yes.
It's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it is. It is really, really pretty. And last night, the callers, you were talking a lot about the great big 5-alarm fire over in Indiana, and my cousin sent me a photo of it. I don't know why he was so close to it, but man, it was the smoke plume was huge. I mean, he was like almost like right by the building close.
Mm-hmm.
It was huge, and it was his youngest son. It was he is an architect, and it was his firm that had designed that building, and that all of the sprinkler systems and everything worked well, but it went up. Just totally engulfed it and real quick, so don't know what happened there. Of course, we won't. But yeah, I got a really neat close-up photo, actual, live someone there photo of that fire. That was huge for sure. And the tragedy out of Texas with a 13-year-old driving, and what I saw in the news after they said it was a 13-year-old, they said the front left tire had also blown. They said it was a used tire, and the tire had blown, and that's what caused him to go over. And when you look at the road and you think, what are the chances of a tire blowing, a 13-year-old driving that wouldn't have the ability to, and even an adult, if a tire blows, they might not control it, but to hit that van, bus things like that, it's like, wow. I mean, it's 3 seconds either way, and it's a whole different story. 5 seconds either way, and it's a whole other story. That is freakish, very, very freakish how that happened. I mean, and such a sad tragedy. I saw the photos of the golf team members and their coach and all, and they were from all over. Very, very sad. So, sad for them. Did want to give you some good news. The happy St. Patrick's Day, a day late. I meant to call in last night on my way home, but I didn't. But we no longer have to wear goggles in every single room that we go into. That's the first step back on the precautions that we've had to take for COVID. So that is huge. So you still have to wear them like you would anytime for a contact droplet or an airborne room, but we don't have to wear them on every patient like we had to do before. So that's huge. And we were running around taking down signs. And of course, the next thing we said was, what about the mask? When can we get rid of the masks? And that is not there yet, but at least we got rid of the goggles for every patient. So what's new with you? Y'all ready for the truck show?
The countdown is on. Yeah, getting a little nervous. I get butterflies when I'm going to be appearing in public, but we'll get through it.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do.
Well, what gives you butterflies?
I don't know.
But why?
I like to be in the comforts of my surroundings, my studio. I've always been that way. It's just I don't know. One of those things.
Oh, I'm sure you'll do just fine. It's, you're seeing all your friends. That's what's nice, is to get to see all of your friends down there. I thought about going down, but I probably won't make it. It's the weather. It's this coming weekend, right?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The weather looks like we got a colossal storm. They're saying that's going to come together early next week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they're talking torrential rains all through Kentucky. Probably, especially Wednesday. I'm hoping it moves on to the east and it's out of here by the time the show starts on Thursday.
Yeah, the weather report I saw said Thursday, Friday, that it was going to be absolutely gorgeous on like Friday and Saturday and Sunday next weekend.
Okay, well that's
so
good.
That'll be nice for it. Yeah, that'll be real nice. But I'm picking up extra work here, and it's busy season at the vet office, so I have to take what time I can to deal with things around the farm, and so I won't be able to make it down. But I thought about sneaking in and watching and seeing everybody from a distance, but I probably won't get to make it. It's just hard because I would go down, just say hi, and then turn around and drive back. That's just a lot for a short hi. But I'll meet everybody someday, sometime, somehow, some way. I'd like to do a cruise. But, I don't know when you're ever going to do that again. But anyway, so I'm giving you a report now on the clouds. There's a little bit of cloud cover moving in. And with the full moon above it, they're all white with the little dark patches underneath. It looks like a beautiful lace pattern in the sky. It's just gorgeous. I just love Mother Nature. She's so pretty. So anyway, you have a wonderful, wonderful morning. And hello to everybody. And we will talk to you later, and hopefully I'll get to talk to you before you go. If not, have a wonderful time at the truck show, and hi to everybody down there.
Thank you so much. Always moving. All right. Thank you. Have a great weekend. And all right. Bongino on that episode said he was going to discuss this potential mass migration at the southern border. I just so happened to have that story, which I can share with you right now. Administration officials, Biden administration officials, are quietly bracing for a potential influx of more than 170,000 at the southern border when the Trump-era COVID policy that allows for instant expulsions ends. They're referring to Title 42. I'll refresh your memory. Yeah, Biden canceled the Title 42, one of his first things, executive orders, when he took office, allowing this influx to really begin to grow rapidly. The courts ordered the administration to re-implement the Title 42, which has been forcing them, as far as COVID is concerned, to send them immediately back across the border into Mexico. So in other words, they're going to allow Title 42 to expire, and all those that have already come in and been sent right back, all in one fell swoop, they're all going to head back across the border. Now, according to Axios, the Centers for Disease Control reviews this Title 42 order every 60 days, and the next review is coming up early April. We continue to defer to the CDC on the use of Title 42 and how long it might be in effect, says the White House. As it stands right now, there are no changes still in effect. Anyone attempting to enter unlawfully will be subject to border restrictions. But last week, the CDC terminated the order as it relates to unaccompanied migrant children. Reuters reported last week that the Biden administration is leaning toward ending Title 42. In other words, we're going to put up that big green light. All right, Title 42 is over. Come on back. A third official told Reuters the policy is being debated and the decision may come within weeks. All three requested anonymity as they're not authorized to speak on the matter publicly. But there you go. Quietly behind the scenes, they are gearing up for another massive influx, all in one failed swoop. We could just say, welcome to spring. And back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Drug maker Moderna has asked the Food and Drug Administration to authorize a fourth shot of its COVID-19 vaccine as a booster dose for all adults. The request Thursday is broader than rival pharmaceutical company Pfizer's request earlier this week for the regulator to approve a booster shot for all seniors. A WNBA star will be staying much longer in a Russian jail.
Russia's state-run media has said American women's basketball star Brittany Griner's weeks-long detention in Moscow has now been extended for another 2 months. The 31-year-old WNBA All-Star has been in custody since she was arrested at Moscow airport last month for having THC vape cartridges in her luggage. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Amazon has closed its $8.5 billion acquisition of Hollywood studio MGM. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS?
If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back here on a Friday. Let's see. It's 844-844-3388. Now, get back to the calls here. Jolly Green, I believe, is on the line. Morning, Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I have got bad news for the truck show. The wrestling match that was scheduled between Fly Rod, Left Nut Louie, and the Moose and Texas Hillbilly. It looks like that Left Nut Louie and Fly Rod are not going to be able to be there. Now, we have found a substitute. Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker have graciously accepted to substitute for Left Nut Louie and Fly Rod. So we will have some entertainment there at the truck show on Saturday. So there won't be no refunds. So I guess, again, we're not going to be able to see this special wrestling match that we've been looking forward to for over a year. I don't know what's going on. Personally, I think that Fly Rod is chicken, but that's just what I think. So, but either way, Sec Maniac and I will be there Saturday morning, and we will be harassing all the cartoon characters. So either way, I just thought I'd call in. And Steve, you have a good weekend, brother.
All right, memory serves, Fly Rod has a history of kind of chickening out when conflict potentially arises. That's my recollection. All right, is that Kentucky Ken, maybe? Hey there.
Hey, good morning. How are we? Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday.
Hey, got a question for the truck show.
Okay.
I'm not sure what my route's going to be next week. I won't know until I get done sometime today. But if I get in town Friday, I'm in Louisville usually twice a week. Is there adequate truck parking at the site, or could we bobtail in there?
A bobtail, not a problem at all. Yeah, they've got adequate parking for sure. It's just, but depending on what time of the day you arrive, you might have to do a little walking from the parking area. But yeah, there's plenty of parking there.
Okay, so I could bobtail in there and then go pick up my trailer before I head back to Cincinnati or Northern Kentucky.
Absolutely.
That wouldn't be an issue.
Yep. No, not a problem at all.
Okay, good.
Yep.
I'm going to do my best to make that show and meet everybody. So that'll be good. I just don't know where I'm going to be next week yet.
Okay.
But have a good weekend. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for
Appreciate
checking in.
it.
Yeah, I know of a lot of folks thinking about trying to make their way down to join us there. All right. Questions about the Walmart Fulfillment Center or the Walmart Distribution Center fire. I got an email from Dave. Let me start there. He said, I know you had a guest on the first part of your program. Then I had to get my switch in. I'm not sure if I've updated or you've updated on the fulfillment fire in Indiana. I live about 45 miles east of Indy, probably 65, 70 miles from Plainfield where the fire was. Anyway, on my way to work Wednesday evening, I could see the smoke on my way to work in Indy. Yeah, from way out, I didn't think much about it and just thought maybe one of the big smokestacks on the south side had a lot of smoke coming out. But as I got closer, I could tell it was further west. I didn't think much about it at the time because I hadn't heard anything about the fire until I heard your show last night. Yeah, that's when I realized what I had seen on my way to work. I was going to try to call last evening, but my sinuses were so messed up I couldn't call. But one day I'll get that first call in. Anyway, another great show, and what a great guest with a great cause. Be safe, everybody. On my way back to Indy from Chicago. Got 46 degrees right now on the Chicago Skyway. Okay, then he sent me the link from the Indy Star, answering a lot of questions about what's going to be taking place. Some of the questions and whatnot. How will online shopping be impacted by the fire at the fulfillment center? Walmart says they do not expect delays or disruptions to online shoppers, despite the shutdown of 2 Plainfield fulfillment centers after the fire burned one of those centers yesterday. They simply said we're going to rely on the resilience of our supply chain network. We're calling on other fulfillment centers and stores to continue to fulfill the orders. Our customers shouldn't notice a difference. While Walmart has a strong supply chain network that's set up to recover from accidents, some shoppers may see slight delays or items listed as out of stock in the coming weeks. According to one supply chain expert at Indiana University, how far could that smoke from the fulfillment center be seen? Well, it was actually visible via satellite imagery as the fire grew. They actually released or tweeted out that short video showing the smoke. Again, satellite imagery. It's incredible. Did the fire create health and environmental hazards? It is still unclear what the fire, the smoke, debris could mean for the environment. Public officials in the area facing a number of questions. Air quality impacts. Are there toxins or other harmful substances in the smoke and the debris? Is there any lingering threat to residents living or working in the path of that smoke plume? Now, they said the state operates air monitors in the downtown area. Results from those monitors have remained largely normal in the past day. Still, the city of Indianapolis yesterday issued what they call a no-zone action day. That designation as a recommendation from the Indiana Department of Environmental Management. Concerns about elevated particulate matter in the air. Now, they noted that smoke was lingering in the area of Marion, Boone, Hendricks, and Hamilton counties in Indiana. High particulate matter monitored on the west side of Indianapolis. When they have what they call a no-zone action day, the air quality may become unhealthy, especially for sensitive individuals. The greater concern is the potentially toxic gases and fumes that could have been released by the fire when all those household chemicals and plastics and we were talking about some of that last night, everything that burned. The EPA says they have staff on site for additional testing. No results have been released at this point in time. But again, officials warning Hoosiers, do not touch with your bare hands any debris or ashes that may have landed in your yards. They could be toxic. It's pretty wild. See what's going on with Heat Wave. Hey there, happy Friday.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Happy Friday to you as well. I got up a little late this morning, so I missed out on quite a bit of the show. Well, I can tell you why Fly Rod and I didn't wrestle on the 4th of July weekend against Moose and Gilligan. It wasn't because we were scared or nothing. We all just got arrested for excessive speeding. And you know how embarrassing it is going into a jail cell wearing a damn Barney suit? I swear. Anyways. What's this nonsense I hear about Putin wanting to take back Alaska? Yeah, I mean,
I heard something about that.
I think a wild rumor.
I saw the headline, but I don't know if he actually said that or what.
You know, I'm sure somewhere they got a receipt from that point in time. Now, what did we pay for that? A half cent an acre? It wound up being $7 million or something to that effect. I mean, good night. It's a little late in the day to say, "Oh, by the way, we want the land back."
We want to buy we want a refund.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. No, I think the folks up there in Alaska have gotten real used to the idea of running around wild and free, more wild than anything else. But yeah, with him going into Ukraine and with all the benefits that Ukrainians have as far as what they can mine out of the ground, the gases that they can get, the breadbasket, as I'd like to call it. I mean, when you're in the top 5 of anything that's positive, I'm sure Vlad wants to go ahead and take that all back and put it under his control. I mean, Alaska, well, what do we got up there? Well, we got the Alaskan pipeline. You know, the oil is I think the oil up there that pumps out has got a little bit higher sulfur content. So I'm not even sure if we actually use any of that oil or if we sell that oil to other countries that could give a rat's behind about the sulfur content just as long as they got that oil. So, but that's about it as far as that goes. Have you explored any other options to the thing we were talking about earlier this morning off the air?
I hadn't really made any. I hadn't moved for. I did not speak to my son this past day, so no, I haven't really nothing different this morning.
Okay, I think that's a really good idea you had, and I didn't want to pop the cat out of the bag just too soon,
right?
And go whoops. But I think if we can get that squared away, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people out there that would be more than willing to help out. So, anyways, I will go ahead and let you go, Senor. You have yourself a great weekend, and I will listen for you Sunday to Monday.
All right, plan. If all goes according to schedule, we'll be here. That's pretty funny. Following ad appeared in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution under the singles ad. It reads, "Single black female seeks male companionship. Ethnicity, not important. I'm a very good-looking girl who loves to play. I love long walks in the woods, riding in your pickup truck, hunting, camping, fishing trips, cozy winter nights lying by the fire. Candlelight dinners will have me eating out of your hand, and When you get home from work, I'll be at the front door wearing only what nature gave me. Now, they've got the number to call and ask for Daisy. Over 1,500 men found themselves talking to the Atlanta Humane Society about an 8-week-old black Labrador retriever needing adoption. Yeah, you'll find me, the kicker, though, you'll find me at the front door wearing only what nature gave me. And everybody's like, hell yeah. What's your number? Can I speak to Daisy? We'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, real quick, let me jump over, check in with Vic. Public News. Hello, Vic. What's going on this Friday morning?
Hey, real quick, I heard the guy, you talked about the Beltway convoy up there.
Yes.
Even before 9/11, when I drove up there, they had signs all up there, aggressive driving, and they had a whole list of things that you could get charged with aggressive driving. And a real quick story, when I was up there, there was a guy that blew his air horn at somebody that was about ready to hit him, which that's what they tell you in the CDL book to make sure they know you're there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, someone perceived that to be aggressive driving, so he got pulled over to get a ticket for aggressive driving, found out his health certificate was out of date. And long story short, by the time he got done, it cost him about $6,000 or $7,000.
Wow!
So I don't know if the signs are still there or anything else. So, but they do kind of make up their own rules up there when you're on the Beltway, and that was for 9/11. So I don't know what things might be like up there. So yeah, I tried to avoid the Beltway if at all possible. I took US 17 and US 15 a lot of times to stay away from Washington D.C. And then all the people started moving out to those areas, and they started restricting trucks off of US 15 and putting in roundabouts that no way in the world you could get around them. Yeah, you could get a big truck in that. The roundabout was too tight a circle. Semi-trailer off tracks. You'd run up on the Ladies Flower Club thing, and there was a hell of a fine for that. So anyhow, once you hit that Maryland border, you were in trouble if you were on US 15. So I don't know, that was 20 years ago. So a little bit over. So it's not really a good thing to have something like that convoy or running a string. But they did a real good job organizing, as far as I know. I guess something happened. I haven't kept up on it. And real quick, I don't live too far from Plainfield. And the only thing that happened was that my wife says, I can't get TV reception for my favorite show. So I went and checked, and then the news come on, and they showed that part. And so I said, well, that's probably your answer, because the particular network, show channels that she was watching, I think their satellites and stuff are kind of out in that area. But yeah, it showed up on the radar, and they kept showing us the radar, how it was showing up in bright red on the radar.
Yep. Yeah, and the heat that was actually up in the air. I saw some of the infrared imagery, the heat of that smoke. All right, with that, we got to wrap it up this Friday morning here. So stick around, TNCRadio.live. Coming up next, Marcia Campbell takes us down memory lane, music and memories. And we'll see you back here Sunday night, Monday morning to get the new week started. I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning, then head down to Louisville to be there live Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Have a great weekend, folks. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but